coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I hope everyone is doing well, and for those on the East Coast especially, very much like in New York, please stay warm, stay dry. I know there is the beginning of what some are calling either a very bad, very heavy snowstorm. Some are saying it's going to be a blizzard or blizzard-like weather. And I want you all to be safe. I want you to be warm. Please look out for those who are stuck outside, our homeless, families, veterans, those who don't have the ability to have a shelter of their own. Please make sure you look out for them and try and advise them to get to wherever it can be warm, wherever there is a shelter. We don't want to add to Zoran Mamdani's record-breaking, his record of having more homeless people die in 1 month than what New York will normally have die in an entire year. Well, that being said, I want to thank you for being here with us. Today is February 22nd. It's currently 2:32 in the afternoon, and we're here again. This is episode 8 of season 8, our 9th year of doing this political commentary, reaching out across the entire world because we believe in free speech. And we're going to be talking about some breaking news items. There's some news that came out within the last half hour about what's happening in Mexico. It is a dramatic change in Mexico that we have not seen in many years, and I think that's because of the current political climate in Washington, D.C., in the Trump administration. I'll explain that in a moment. We have some additional information talking about the effects of the decision by the Supreme Court and how that is having an international impact and will be affecting the United States, not just short term, which I think most people in the media focus on, looking at how is this going to affect prices tomorrow? Well, how is this going to affect America and not just our economy, but our nation overall in the next 5 years, the next 10 years? That's the question that isn't being asked, but I think we need to address it. In addition, there's some additional news we're going to be talking about. There was also in Florida some breaking news about Mar-a-Lago, about the Trump administration that I think we need to talk about. And it shows us a pattern of leftist violence, and to the degree that some leftists are willing to go to, and that's important to talk about, especially as we look at what's going to be developing in the 2026 midterm elections. Now, there's a lot of other news we'll talk about. Zoran Mamdani and the New York budget. We're going to talk a little bit about what's happening with Russia, which has tried to find a unique way to get out of not just the Ukraine war, but many of the sanctions that they have received. It's rumored, with conflicting news on what they may be trying to do to re-enter normal relations, normal trade with the rest of the world. We'll talk a little bit about that, some legislation that has come out recently. We'll be talking about, Chuck Schumer, some old news resurfacing on him, as well as we just have a lot of information. Got about 30 different sources. Now, as always, at the end of the show, about an hour or so after the show is done, we will be releasing all of the links to every source that we have used so that you'll be able to see the information for yourself. And because you are an adult and you are intelligent, you can come to your own decisions about that information. We believe you're an adult. Most media stations believe that you're an idiot. I just don't understand why they want to take that approach. Okay, remember, folks, this is an interactive program, and we will be looking forward to hearing your comments, whether that's in... Why does it keep doing this? Bear with me. I want to show... No. Sorry. I'm just trying to fix the comments here. We do look forward to your comments always. We want to hear what you have to say about everything that is going on. And, there it is. That's why. On, come back around it. There we go. And so we will be looking forward to hearing what you have to say about every issue that affects this commentary, our nation, other nations. We're always open to hear your voice about every issue that we talk about. With that said, all right, so we've got that. Let's go back. I'm going to jump right on into the breaking news. Now, again, this happened just about 30 minutes ago. And the news has come out that the Mexican army has just taken out the CJNO, otherwise known as the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. Okay, their head, which is a Osguera Cervantes El Mencho, was killed in the operation. Now, we see this often. When Mexico does take action, which is not common and is not normal, but when they do take action against cartels, they always have this attitude of attacking the head of the snake. They try to capture the leadership, and in doing so, that creates a power vacuum within the cartel, and then that cartel will fight amongst its own members for someone trying to gain the leadership and move the cartel forward. It's a interesting tactic, and some people think it's a great idea, some think it's not. Essentially, the shell of the of that cartel, that gang, remains. But its operations, its ability to operate efficiently, is interrupted. I tend to see this as a delaying tactic. This is a way to disrupt the gangs, the cartels, for a short-term period until eventually another leader does appear and they rally their troops and their gang back into shape, and then they continue from where they left off. So you'll have a pause of a year, maybe 2, maybe 3, and then the gang is back just like it was before. We've seen this in the past. I don't think it's an effective way to deal with the cartels and the gangs, but it is a means to, at least short term, reduce the amount of crime, reduce the amount of drugs, reduce the amount of slavery, human trafficking that these cartels enact in. And again, this is rare for Mexico to do. Now, since Donald Trump has been back in office, 2025, Mexico has been under immense political pressure from the United States to do something. And we have heard multiple times that Donald Trump President of the United States has said that if Mexico is unwilling or incapable of doing something about the drug cartels that were bringing in massive amounts of cocaine and fentanyl and human trafficking slaves into America, then the United States government would take action. I think that with the real world example of Venezuela, looking at the drug cartels, the drug culture, the human trafficking that we saw coming from Venezuela into the United States, and with Donald Trump and the Trump administration taking out the various drug boats trying to enter United States territorial waters, in going in and actually capturing Maduro, a known and internationally acknowledged terrorist, a dictator, that when Donald Trump went in and took him out, took Maduro out of the equation, took the drug dealers down, disabled their ability to move as much drugs and crime into the United States, I think that really put a fire under Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico. He put a fire underneath her ass, and she said, oh no, Donald Trump is serious. This isn't like Obama. This isn't like Joe Biden. This isn't a president who's going to just sit back and say, I'll talk a lot and do nothing. Donald Trump will take action. He will absolutely take military action, even in other foreign governments, even to the head of that government, if it means greater stability for the American people and reductions in drugs and slavery around the world. And now we see that the fruition of that threat has now come about, and one of the largest, actually it's said to be the largest and the fastest growing cartel, has been removed from Mexico. The head of that organization has been cut off, and we would hope that, as happened in the past, the internal pressures of who wants to be the next leader of the cartel will cause internal fighting for the next 3 to 5 years, and therefore take them out of operation, make them ineffective and inefficient, and therefore reduce the amount of drugs and slavery coming into America. That's the goal. I can't guarantee that that's what's going to happen, but that is what is the goal at this moment. Now, this is an article coming from PBS. Again, this is breaking news. We are still seeing what's going to be happening. But an official from the Mexican government who wished to be anonymous said that the military operation in the western state of Jalisco, where the cartel that traffics huge amounts of fentanyl and cocaine into the United States is based, we have seen that Canadian airlines have already restricted flights going into the western region of Mexico. We have seen that the United States have issued warnings to travelers going into Puerto Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta has gotten several warnings to Americans traveling into that port city, that tourist location, and the surrounding area to be on guard, to be aware of strife and potential conflicts between gang members and cartels, and that you may not want to go there right now. So this is huge. This will have a major impact, and this will reduce the amount of fentanyl and fentanyl deaths that are seen here in the United States. That's a benefit to the United States. It's going to reduce the amount of gangs entering into the United States. That's a bonus for us. That's more safety, more stability. It means less of these coyotes and less of the illegal aliens being shipped into the United States by these cartels. That means our borders are safer. That means there's less illegal aliens coming into America. I didn't get less slavery coming into America. This is a bonus. So would this have happened under the Biden-Harris administration or any other Democrat of note at this moment? We're talking about Gavin Newsom, who believes in open borders. We're talking about Gretchen Whitmer, who believes in open borders. We're talking about AOC. We're talking about J.B. Pritzker, Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania. Would any of them been able to motivate Mexico to reduce the amount of cartels and cartel activity in the United States? Well, we know under the Biden-Harris administration, the answer to that is no. And since all of those Democrats I've just mentioned, who are all vying for the 2028 presidential nomination of the Democratic Party, not one of them had a different foreign policy or border policy than what the Biden-Harris administration has. They all believe in open borders. They all believe in taking in illegal aliens en masse without verification, without any way of protecting American citizens. They did it under Biden. They continued to say that they would do it going into the future. They are all representatives of sanctuary states, which have been a burden on the United States economy, as well as within their states, economies at their various cities level. So I don't think any Democrat that is currently viable for running for the presidency of the United States could have gotten Mexico to do what they have done. We know the Biden-Harris administration didn't motivate Mexico to do anything in 4 years. I have no reason to believe any other Democrat would have been able to achieve more. Only the Trump administration with J.D. Vance, a strong president with a strong policy of closed border, of mass deportation, would be able to have gotten this result. Especially when we have seen that Donald Trump has used a stick as well as a carrot. He has gone in and he has changed the environment directly, forcefully, as opposed to what was the strongest thing that Biden did? He put out a couple of sanctions. No one cared. No one cared. It didn't prevent any crime. It didn't protect American citizens. So I think this is definitely something that we can attribute exclusively to the Trump administration. Whether you like them or not is immaterial. Whether you want to have a beer with President Trump or not is absolutely immaterial. Whether you like Republicans, MAGA, America First or not, you have to acknowledge this is a benefit and a positive for America that Democrat and Democrat leadership were completely incapable of being able to provide. Now, if there's anyone on the left, anyone of any political ideology that are watching this program and want to say, well, Mike, you don't understand. Mike, you've misunderstood. That's not correct. Please, you can go on to Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, on any of the social media platforms and tell me, Mike, this is why you're wrong. I'm happy to hear your voices. I want to hear you. I want to hear the argument that says, no, you just misunderstand. Gavin Newsom, who is in charge of a sanctuary state, including multiple sanctuary cities within that state, a man who believes in open borders and would rather talk to China and buddy up with them rather than close the border and protect the American citizens in California. Please tell me how he would have done something different, how he would have motivated Mexico to do this in all the years he's been governor, in all the conversations he's had with the Mexican government about the California border. He's never achieved any success whatsoever. I think J.B. Pritzker also would fail. I think Josh Shapiro would fail. Gretchen Whitmer is a failure. There is no Democrat that you can point to that could get this same impact. I just don't see it. But I'm happy to hear from the left. Please tell me, how am I wrong? I don't care if you think Orange Man bad. I don't care. Tell me, what Democrat could have gotten this same deal? What Democrat would have been able to protect America in the same way that we are seeing real time right now? And I can't name one. And I've been in this game doing political commentary for 20 years. I've seen all kinds of presidents, all kinds of members of Congress. I've interviewed many people on all sides of the political spectrum. And I don't know of anyone who can name someone who would be able to achieve what we have seen in just a year's time. 1 year of President Trump, and we are getting greater stability on our border and in terms of drugs being imported into our nation and in the reduction of slavery in America. We haven't seen a president do that in decades. You can't even say Obama. Got to go back even before then. All right. But that's the breaking news on that behalf. I think it's very impactful. I think it's very important, but maybe not. I mean, again, it's up to you guys. You tell me what you think about that. By the way, I am not sure at this moment. There seems to be a problem with Restream, and I do not believe that the show is coming out live on Restream at this moment. Let me just leave a message for everyone. Bear with me one moment, folks. Okay, I just wanted to let everyone know that the program is on at this moment on YouTube, and that let's get rid of that, and that YouTube appears to be blocking the program for some reason. I don't know why. So I don't know why on Facebook. Let me be clear. On Facebook, they are blocking this program. I don't know why. So for everyone who would normally watch this on Facebook, please go to YouTube or Rumble, even Twitter, to be able to see the program. All right, that being said, let me go back to. So that's one of the big breaking news items. Expect to see fewer drug overdoses from fentanyl and from cocaine. Expect to see sporadic bursts of crime where some of the cartels would normally be. There will probably be more gang warfare in California, in LA, San Diego. You'll probably see more gang activity, but for the rest of the nation, outside of California, outside of Austin and the Texas border, outside of Arizona, you will probably see a reduction in gang warfare, gang fighting, even internal gang fighting should reduce for the rest of the nation throughout 2026. We'll see if that prediction is correct, but I believe you will see it reduce by at least 10%, possibly even way more than that. So that's one of the breaking news stories that we've been covering for you. There is another breaking news story that I think is just as important. And that's another violent leftist lunatic has decided to try and, well, either commit arson and or murder against Donald Trump down at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. The news came out, this was at about 1:30 in the morning on Sunday, that an individual, we now know that he is a 21. I first heard it was 22-year-old, but now reporting is coming out. He's a 21-year-old man named Austin T. Martin, who used to live in North Carolina. This individual, Austin, left his family in North Carolina, disappeared 24 hours ago, approximately. And the family was looking for him. They had no idea where he had gone. Apparently, he drove from North Carolina to Florida, to Mar-a-Lago. Somewhere along the way, he acquired a shotgun and a fuel can. Now, the fuel can could have got anywhere. That's pretty easy to get. But he also had a shotgun, which apparently is not a shotgun that was owned by his family in North Carolina. So we don't know where he acquired that yet, and federal authorities are investigating it. He took the shotgun and his fuel can, went to Mar-a-Lago, and tried to enter through the north entrance. Apparently, someone was leaving the complex at the same time that he was trying to get in. That gave him access from the outside into the inner security, which was mostly manned by a Secret Service and a sheriff of the sheriff's department. He was confronted by members of Secret Service and a sheriff from the Florida patrol. And when they confronted him, Austin was told to put down his fuel can, put down the shotgun. Apparently, as is being reported at this time, this young man decided to drop the fuel can, put it down, and then leveled the shotgun, aiming at the officers, intending to shoot. He was then shot down. As they say, the threat was neutralized. In other words, they killed him. I don't want to parse words. Neutralize. Kill him. That was it. And you don't point a gun at a member of law enforcement and think that you're not going to get shot and probably killed, because that's what they're trained to do, and they should. You point a gun at anybody, you better be prepared to shoot and better be aware that you're going to be shot and you're going to be killed, especially if it's law enforcement. You don't point guns at someone randomly and think, well, that'll be good enough. That's going to get you killed time after time after time. But it seems that this individual, now we are speculating at this point. We do not have evidence at this point of what I'm about to mention, but it would appear, and I am willing to bet, that this individual is a leftist, that this is someone who has been radicalized in college. Can't be sure. 21 years of age. I'm pretty sure he was going to a left-leaning college. I would bet that within the last 6 months, if not longer, he has been radicalized by far-left organizations like BLM, like Antifa, like Indivisible New York, and so many other organizations. And that he was angry with the Trump administration for some reason. I don't know what the reason may be, but he's part of the Orange Man Bad crowd. And he decided that he was going to, I would presume, since he has that fuel can, he was looking to commit an act of arson to try and burn down Mar-a-Lago. That's what I think his intention was. I don't think he was going there to try and kill President Trump, who at the time was in Washington, D.C. So he wasn't there to assassinate Trump. I don't think that was the case. I don't think he was going after the family of President Trump, the extended Trump family. I don't think he was going after them. I think he was going to burn either part or all of Mar-a-Lago to make a point, to create a financial dismay and a fear within the Trump family. That failed. That failed extremely. And he was willing, because again, we've been saying this a long time now, because this young man from North Carolina, he thought that he was on the right side of history as defined by the far left. And therefore, he wasn't concerned about whether he would wind up being on the wrong side of the grave. And he found out, FAFO. He decided that he was going to do this, and it didn't matter because he was on the right side of history and he would be protected by, I don't know, feelings. Feelings don't stop bullets. When you're doing something insanely stupid, like trying to assassinate an individual of government, and or that you're there to commit arson and other felonies, violent felonies, well, guess what? You're going to wind up dying. Now, I doubt that the mainstream news media is going to count even this event as an act of leftist violence. They will again most likely classify this as an act of right-wing violence from the right side. Why? Because any act against the government is considered right-leaning violence. I know you'll say, but Mike, that doesn't make any sense. This kid is almost 1,000% a leftist. And I have no doubt that as we see news go throughout the day today and will be announced on Monday, most likely, we're going to find out his extreme leftist history. And they're going to say, oh, well, even though he's an advocate for the left, I presume, and even though that he is radicalized, I presume that this individual was still, and he could be standing in front of you and advocating that he's a member of Antifa, the left, meaning news media, will still consider it an act of right-wing violence. This is why you hear the left say all the time, oh, there's more right-wing violence than left-wing violence. It's because they don't count what the left does as an action of the left. They count it as an action of the right. It's ridiculous, but this is the way they get to justify false statements that the left is less violent than the right. It's just not true. And you didn't see during the Biden-Harris administration, one of the worst administrations in my lifetime for a president that was extremely left-leaning and progressive. Some would even say very socialist. You can see no one was running around trying to assassinate Joe Biden. No one was trying to assassinate Kamala Harris. That wasn't happening. This is what we've seen today and being reported right now. This is what, the fifth time, maybe sixth time that a leftist, in my opinion, a leftist has gone out and tried to destroy either Donald Trump, his family, his property. This is maybe the fifth or sixth time this has happened, all in the space of a year. This is extreme, and this is extreme leftist activity. This isn't something that we see on the right. But they're going to tell me, oh, no, Mike, but you don't understand, because they always love to say, but you just don't understand. What don't I understand about this? Now, you can say, Mike, you're predicting things about this individual that you have no way of knowing at this moment. That is true. I admit, I am predicting a pattern based on a pattern of activity that we have seen consistently. A young man, I believe we'll find out that he's been college educated, that within the last 6 months, he's probably become more radicalized, and probably by groups aligned with BLM and other far left progressive ideology, that he most likely got the firearm. I don't believe that he bought it on the way down to Florida, 24 hours from North Carolina to Florida. I believe he received that firearm from someone else who also had a far left ideology, and they lent him their firearm, most likely, and that's what he used. That's what I believe happened. I don't believe it's something like he just went down and bought one. I could be wrong. And any of these points that I am bringing up, if I am wrong, then I want you to hold me accountable. I want you to say, Mike, you just misunderstood that. You got it wrong. I'm more than happy to have my audience say, Mike, we have to correct you here. That's not correct information. And I will admit when I am wrong. I've done it in the past. I'll do it again. But I believe that I have a solid 95% chance of being correct in every single one of the things I'm predicting right now. And we have a comment here, and this is from Shelly. And Shelly says, that's almost like that. Shelly sells seashells by the seashore. That's kind of hard to say. But anyway, Shelly says, they took another shot at Trump. Yes, they did. I'm not a big fan, but we can't live in a nation that tries to assassinate its leaders. I agree with you, Shelly. I think you're absolutely correct. This is insanity because of the feelings of the left, because they don't like Donald Trump, because they believe in Orange Man bad. They think their only recourse is violence because what they are indoctrinated to believe, and we see this at the high school level, we see this at the college level, they are taught that anything you don't like is a microaggression. Microaggressions are equivalent to violence. Therefore, you can respond in violence to microaggressions. That's the mantra of the left. That is the indoctrination that we are seeing in our high schools and our colleges, that these students believe the proper response to someone not agreeing with their political ideology is to be violent. And the ultimate form of that is what we're seeing at Mar-a-Lago right now, what we're seeing from the left consistently, which is violent action, even to the point of trying to assassinate individuals. This is a problem. This is a long-term real problem for America. By the way, I know what some people on the left are going to say. Well, it was because of the gun. It's the gun that's the problem, because they love to say, whenever we see this, with exceptions, and I will point that out in a moment, they love to say, well, it's the gun. That was the problem. If he had come from now North Carolina down to Mar-a-Lago and decided to just carry a fuel can, he'd still be alive. That's the theory. That's the theory, but I don't believe in that. And by the way, for all of those gun control nuts, the anti-Second Amendment kinds of people out there, I want you to remember that he had a shotgun, not a handgun, not a rifle. He had a shotgun. According to the federal government, according to the FBI, their Crime Data Explorer, looking at the last 5 years. See, this is the stuff that the news media never wants you to look at. They never expect you to look this up. They don't think you're smart enough to know about this. According to the FBI itself, weapons used to commit crime, to commit homicide for the last 5 years across America, what is it that you always hear? You hear about rifles. You hear about assault weapons. In other words, a rifle. Because there are no assault. You're not seeing people use machine guns in committing crimes across America. Just not happening. There's almost 350,000 machine guns in America at this time. That's a fact. The ATF will confirm that. About 750,000 machine guns exist in America. There's about 16,000 in New York State alone. 16,000 machine guns. No crimes. No one uses a machine gun anywhere in the United States. That's an assault weapon. You don't see flamethrowers, rocket launchers, mines. They're not being used in committing crimes. Those are assault and military weapons. You don't see people committing crimes with tanks and jets. Yes, American citizens do own tanks, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, jets. They do own military, not just military surplus, military weapons of war. That's a fact. You never see them used. But yet, the left will tell you guns are violent and we have to get rid of all the rifles. We have to get rid of anything that looks like an AR-15, anything that looks like a firearm used in an action movie. That's what they're after. That's why if you have an Ruger Mini 14, if you have the one with the solid wood stock, for those who don't know about guns, the stock is the part that rests against your shoulder. And if you have a wood finish Ruger Mini 14, that's legal. But if you have the metal version, so the part that rests against your shoulder, that's made out of metal, that version of the the Ruger Mini 14, that's illegal. And that loophole, that dichotomy of information, the fact that the same firing mechanism, the same weapon, one is all metal, that's illegal and is banned in certain states like in Delaware and in California and in Illinois, Chicago area. That's illegal. But if you have the wood version, that's legal. Fires the same bullet, same rate of fire, same type of ammunition. Nothing is different. It's just the cosmetic look. One looks like a classic rifle. The other looks like a classic military or militarized weapon. And that's the only difference. That's the thought of the left. It looks bad. It looks scary. So therefore, it must be dangerous. It must be an assault weapon. And if it doesn't look like an assault weapon, doesn't look military, well, then it's perfectly fine. Their logic is mind-boggling, but that's kind of going sideways. Let me go back to the point. So the left will tell you that they have to protect you against rifles, which over 5 years, there's 2,302 murders with a rifle in America. That's including all of the mass shootings. That's including all of the school shootings. Remember, they tell you there's hundreds, thousands of mass shootings every single year. According to the FBI, looking at homicides, that would be mass shootings, looking at all of them over the last 5 years, rifles, M16s, AR-15s, the M4, the AK-47, every variant you can possibly think of, 2,302 over 5 years. Now, you may say even one murder by any firearm, that's too much. You can say that, and that's true. But by the way, if you had a knife or a box cutter or some kind of implement, you're looking at almost 3 times, about 250% more people are killed because they got stabbed than they were shot by a rifle. Remember, the shooter, the guy who went down to Mar-a-Lago this morning, he was carrying a shotgun. And shotguns are responsible for, over 5 years, 822 murders. 822, not even 1,000, not even 200 a year. And what is gun control about? Gun control is about rifles. It's about rifles. They want to protect you, so they're going to take away all of your rights to protect yourself, your family, your friends, because they think rifles are a problem. Rifles, nowhere near handguns. They're not banning any handguns. They're not banning knives. They're blunt objects. Blunt objects would be a baseball bat, a brick, a rock, anything of that nature, a stick. That's a blunt object. That's 1,577 murders over 5 years, which is still more than double the number of times someone has used a shotgun to cause a murder. And they're not trying to, you will not see any legislation that says, well, we have to get rid of hammers. But hammers have been used, according to the FBI, to commit acts of homicide. They're not trying to get rid of that. They're not trying to get rid of knives like your steak knife, because it's all arbitrary. So I want you to understand, it's not the weapon. This guy who decided to go down and try to, in my opinion, commit an act of arson and willing to kill at the same time, he was also willing to kill. That's why he had the shotgun. That's why he pointed the shotgun at Secret Service agents and members of the Broward County Police Sheriff's Department. He was willing to kill. He had a shotgun with him. And not one gun control law in any state would have stopped them from doing so. None of them. Gun control doesn't work. It has never worked. It is not meant to work. It is meant to give you a false image of safety while leaving you completely vulnerable, and does not address the problem, which isn't the rifle. It's not the magazine. It's not the Hollywood impression of firearms. It's the individual. That's the real culprit. And the individual, as we are seeing here, is someone who is being, in my opinion, indoctrinated and force-fed this false narrative about MAGA, about Republicans, about America First, about Donald Trump and the Trump administration. This is the result of demonization. This is the result of the left trying to weaponize feelings, weaponize political advantage. The left always love to talk about gun control as it is a reaction to the right. Because when you disagree with their feelings, when you disagree with the feelings of people on the left, that is a microaggression. Microaggressions are violence. Therefore, the insane, crazed activists on the far left say, if you've been violent to me, which means you don't agree with them, therefore they get to kill you. And this is what we see as the result. And we have seen this over and over and over again. But we're not supposed to talk about that. I'm the bad guy for bringing it up. I'm the bad guy because I'm telling you, this is a pattern that we have seen over decades, because I've been doing this for 20 years. Over decades, we have seen this pattern, and it is only getting bigger and more common. That is a problem. But you're going to hear the left say, no, no, you just don't understand. They always love to say you don't understand. They never really explain why you don't understand. They just like to say you don't understand. It's incredible. We do have some more comments here. And let's see. Shelly has said, I caught that one. Shelly says, if I counted everyone who disagrees with me as a threat, I'd be a complete neurotic idiot. Look at many people on the left. They are neurotic. How many people on the left are constantly going to therapy and constantly getting medicated for mental issues? And when you look at the number of people who are in therapy at this time, the number of people who are getting prescriptions for various anxieties right now, and if you were to break that down by political ideology, you will see that the left is predominantly the ones who are having the mental issues, not the right, the left, because the world doesn't match their ideal. Their feelings do not represent the world, and they can't make that make sense. They think they're right. They think the world should be just the way they feel. It isn't, and they don't know what to do about it because they have been brainwashed to think their feelings is the only thing that is right, that is the correct way for everything to be, and it isn't. And so they don't know what to do. That's why they have more mental treatment overall. It's because they're neurotic. And you're right, Shelley. They are so isolated that they are neurotic. Let's see. She goes on to say, rifles require aim. Shotguns are dangerous in the hands of evil people. Yeah, because they don't really need that much aim. I mean, assuming that you're talking about buckshot versus a single slug, but I think most people, when they think of a shotgun, they think of the buckshot, the scattered pellets that'll be fired out of that shotgun. That's what most people think of. And it is effective. I mean, it's one of the reasons why you can't really have. We learned this lesson in World War I, the so-called trench gun, which was a shotgun. It was so deadly that they made it illegal. Trench guns are illegal to use in war. Our military doesn't use shotguns on a regular basis. That's not part of the normal dispersal. You would think it would be because it is highly effective in close range fighting, but it's illegal. Like part of the Geneva Convention, illegal because it's just too effective. But it's scary. It's scary. Shelley goes on to say, let's see. Why is that not showing? Show. What's going on? There we go. There it is. Well, black walnut. Oh, the finish. You're talking about the stock. Yes, black walnut is the type of stock finish you can have on some rifles. Again, that's the part that goes against your shoulder when you're aiming a firearm. That's the stock. And it has different types of finish, metal, different types of wood. Let's see. What else she has to say? Shelley says, anything used to assault a human being is an assault weapon. That would include cars, bats, boots, bricks, rocks, steak knives. Yes. And that's why red flag laws are insane. Because in every red flag law in 18 states and Washington, D.C., red flag laws often stipulate that if you have bought any weapon, and especially an assault weapon, within the last 6 months, then therefore you are a danger to yourself and the public, and that authorizes the government to come into your home, normally somewhere between 4 and 8 a.m., and to take all your property. Mind you, you've committed no crime. This is red flag laws, and almost every single state has this stipulation. Now, what do you designate as a dangerous weapon? In New York State, we call it a dangerous weapon in our red flag law. Well, that would be any item that has been used to cause a murder within the last 6 months. So that means a steak knife, a chair, a brick, a hammer, a rock, anything that has ever caused someone to die is a dangerous weapon. And if someone is trying to use a red flag law against you, then that is the justification. You bought a steak knife in the last 6 months. You bought a hammer in the last 6 months. You bought a baseball bat in the last 6 months. You have bought a dangerous weapon. You are now a danger to yourself and your community. People who do not believe me, people often go, Mike, but that can't be true. Look up the New York State red flag laws. Look up the definition of a dangerous, they don't even call it a weapon, a dangerous implement. It is in the definition of the red flag laws. Read it for yourself. I have. I read it when they were writing it up. I interviewed several members of the New York State Senate, members of the New York State Assembly, and I asked them this directly. They agreed. I'm talking about the people who voted on this. The members of our legislature agreed and confirmed that anything that has been used as a weapon to kill someone is a reason for a red flag law to be used against you. Just a fact. It's insane. But yet, no one is safe. Let's see. We have here. Shelley says, there are no weapons allowed in prisons, yet inmates make them out of all kinds of things. That's true. That is true. The classic toothbrush turned into a shank. Yeah, that's what they call them, shanks or shivs. These are just homemade weapons, kind of like knives, short, very sharp objects. So you just file down anything. A toothbrush, you file down half of the handle and you can make it a point, and that would be a weapon that you could use. Obviously other implements as well, but it's that simple and it's impossible to stop. So I wanted to address this because I know that the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about this with you. They do not want to talk about this part of that story. The question is, why? Why did this young man decide that the only solution was to go and commit an act of violence with a firearm, with a gas canister, and to presumably try to assassinate human beings? Because he felt, as best as we can understand at this moment, based on the ideology I believe he was indoctrinated with for the last 10 years, for a decade now, since that kid was 11. I want you to think about that. This kid, since he was, Austin, what's his name again? Austin T. Martin. Okay. Austin T. Martin, since he was 11 years old, a full decade, he has been told Orange Man bad, Republicans evil, MAGA demons. For 11 years, every day on mainstream news media, at least 3 times a day, every day, for a decade, he has been told they are evil, they are bad, they are hateful. Are we surprised that this 21-year-old, after a decade of being shown this on his news media, being told this in all of his entertainment, including cartoons, and going to school every day, being taught critical race theory and its applications, that he would think, well, yeah, obviously Republicans have to be evil. Orange Man bad is the truth. And then he has to go and act out violence. That's what he's been told since he was 11. Trump doesn't have the same feelings. Republicans don't have the same feelings as Austin was programmed to have. Therefore, that is violence against him. He can commit violence against others. That is what I believe is the theory, and it will not be explained that way. You will hear the left come up with every reason in the world except what I have just said. They will try to excuse this. And I guarantee you right now at CNN and MS Now, or whatever they call themselves, at the New York Times, at the Huffington Post, they're all trying to figure out a spin on this story to try and tell you that it's actually Donald Trump's fault, This is actually the MAGA's fault. This is something that the right did to this kid. And they're just waiting for the final details to find out, because I guarantee you right now, if the FBI hasn't already been doing so, the left are going to be scouring the internet to try and find out what he has said online and to spin every single one of his statements. They're looking for a photo of Austin T. Martin right now to show you him as I guarantee you, they won't show you a picture of Austin T. Martin at 21. They're going to show you a picture of him when he was 15. They're going to show you a picture when he was a child and when he was innocent. That's the image they're going to use. They're not going to show you what he looks like at 21. Think of Renee Nicole Good. All of the images you see of her is when she was pregnant years ago. They don't show you her accurate picture today at the moment when she died. They won't show you that reality because it looks nothing like the innocent woman that they want to make you feel like she was. They want you to be emotionally compromised. And I guarantee you, they're going to do the same thing with Austin T. Martin. They're going to show you an image of him when he was innocent before he was fully converted into this inclusive ideology, this far left ideology that wound up getting him killed. That's what I believe is going to happen. But, I could be wrong. And if I am, hold me accountable, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong. Hey, Lunari. Lunari has joined us. Thank you. I appreciate that. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. But what I have seen is also, we have seen these states that have come out with these gun laws, and they have failed over and over and over again. And so I'm going to go from this breaking news. They want you to believe that, well, it's the gun that's the fault. Remember in Rhode Island? Rhode Island is the 13th strongest anti-gun state in America. They have some of the most anti-firearm legislation in all of America. And remember, we've already seen what happened at one of the colleges in Rhode Island, where we had someone go on a shooting spree targeting Republicans because Orange Man bad, because their emotions were hurt. And therefore, that means it's violence, and therefore they can respond with violence. And this guy went on to, not only did he shoot up at the school, but he went on to kill another professor from another school. But yet they had all of the gun laws. They have all of the gun restrictions. And we've shown you this before, that they have everything, background checks, concealed carry permits, the red flag laws. They have storage requirements. They have assault weapons are prohibited. Again, rifles, there just doesn't matter which rifle. It's just, you can't have a rifle. They have bump stocks are removed. You need a license. You can't make it's a ghost gun, which really don't exist. That's not a factor anywhere in the world. It's just not a factor. You can't have the magazines. They have everything. You can't carry a gun into a school or into public places. There's strong regulations on concealed carry and open carry. You can't bring a gun onto a college campus. None of this stuff protects anyone. None of this makes you safe. Not one item. And none of this prevents someone who has been indoctrinated, either in high school or in college, to believe Orange Man bad, to think MAGA is evil, to think Republicans are demons. None of this prevents them from committing acts of violence. But it is something that's interesting because, did you hear about this? Did you hear this week that in Rhode Island, a insane, crazed shooter killed a mother and a son and attempted to kill 3 other people as well? Did you hear about that? Technically, that is a mass shooting, 5 individuals. Now, it's not, because there was only 2 people who died and he attempted to kill 5 people, but he only succeeded in killing 2 people and 3 are in critical condition. Did you hear about this news story? Was this national news? Because you would think, if I told you that someone went into a hockey game, a what was it, high school hockey game. This isn't professional. This was local. These were students. A high school hockey game. Imagine that you're in, I don't know, Wisconsin, Michigan. You're over in Vermont. You're in Portland. And you go to your local school with a hockey game, Binghamton, Broome County. And somebody pulls out a gun and starts killing people. That would be big news. You would think in our current culture, that would be national news. Kind of like in Canada, when we just saw at the Tumbler Ridge shooting, we saw that went international. That was international news. But a very small community. A lot of people died, though. A lot of people were killed. A lot of people were injured. Most of them children. And you would think that the news media would talk more about that. And this would be their proof. Oh my God, see, it's the guns. Guns in Canada wound up killing people. Guns in America wound up killing people. Guns in these other countries wind up killing people. It's never the gun. It's never the gun. Because what do you find out when you actually pay attention? Well, in this case, for Rhode Island, just like in the case for Tumbler Ridge, Canada, what you have is a trans individual who decided to kill others because their own mental instability. This is the case that we have here. And I don't think most people, this wasn't national news. This got buried locally. What do we know for sure? That the shooter, this man, his name, I forget his name, Roger or Robert, I forget his name, Robert Dorgan. Robert is going through a transition. He's trans, wants to be a woman, which that transition caused him to get a divorce from his wife, and he was estranged from his children because of his choice to change his life. Now, he's a grown man. Robert's in his 40s. He decided that he needed to have a sex change. Fantastic. He can do that. I have no problem with that aspect of it. He's grown. He decided his life was wrong. He got a divorce, whether he wanted to or not. He wound up in a divorce, and he can live his life, make his change. Again, don't ask me for money. Don't ask me to pay for it. As a taxpayer or any other reason, don't ask me for that money. Don't ask you for that money. But he's a grown adult. He can make that choice, and he has to live with the consequences. He didn't want to live with the consequences. Instead, he went to the high school hockey game, shot his ex-wife and his own son, his oldest son, and killed them. He also attempted to kill his wife's family. 3 of them. Those are the 3 people who were wounded. Then, as he was being captured, he decided to take the coward's way out and self-deleted with another firearm. By the way, he was using a handgun, not a rifle. Didn't use a rifle. Didn't use a shotgun. Used a handgun. Would you have been saved? Rhode Island, the regulations of Rhode Island, would any of them have protected that family? No. Would red flag laws have taken away his ability to have those firearms? No. He was protected because he's in a special class. He's trans. So he has special rules. So you can't put the red flag laws against him. You can't put more police awareness on him. You can't protect people from him. He has to be protected from you, which means he gets to have the firearm, you don't. Now, I'm not saying that all trans people are bad. They're not. I know many, many trans people for many decades now, long before it was popular to even know what a trans person was. They're fine. Again, grown adult, do whatever you want. That's your life. I got nothing to say to you. You're grown, you make your choices, and you live with those consequences. Fantastic. My problem is there is an inherent issue that we are not addressing. This community, the trans community, is becoming one of the fastest growing segments of components of mass shootings, whether it's a school shooting or like at this event, at a sporting event. It's one of the fastest growing components. There's something inherently problematic here. And I believe it's the fact that for the last 5 to 10 years, the news media has been promoting this as the solution to all the problems in your life. Especially the younger you are, the more that this is a cure-all solution. Just chop off certain parts of your body. Just change your identity, your sexuality, and everything will be resolved. And now you'll live the life of Riley. You'll be perfect. And then when people do that, they're not. It doesn't fix the underlying root problems of their life. Whether that's their relationships or their mentality, it doesn't fix anything. They're still going to have the same problems. They're still going to be unloved in their minds and in reality. They're never going to they won't get the new job. They won't get the promotion. They're not going to get the quick fix that they were promised that they would get. And therefore they lash out. And we are not prepared as a society on a local, state, federal, even international level. We are not prepared to deal with people who believe that they have been cheated, that they were sold a false set of goods. They were told, if you just cut off your genitals, if you just change the way you live, your identity, everything will be perfect. Everyone will love you. And they're finding out that's not the case. And so we are seeing them lash out over and over again. And the laws that we have in place do not address that root cause, that root problem. In fact, it hides it from us. And the news media, for their part, also hide it. They're more than happy to talk about a mass shooting so that Democrats can come out, especially in an election year like 2026. They can come out and say, guns are evil. They're the root of all evil. We have to just ban all the guns. We have to take away your guns. If you own a gun, you're a bad guy or gal. You're the problem. That's what they love to say. And because they want all the people to go, oh, well, I'm a good person, so I'll give away my gun. I'm a good person, so I'm going to turn in my firearms to the government because I'm a good person. I'm going to virtue signal, which is not going to make you safe, nor is it going to stop the crime. Meanwhile, people like Robert, they have problems and they're just going to fester until they explode. And when they explode, they kill many, many innocent people. And then they explode, and we see like with Austin, they go out and they try and commit acts of massive violence because arson's mostly peaceful. That's what CNN told us. It's mostly peaceful. It's a protest. There's a building in flames right behind the journalist on the live stream on CNN going, it's mostly peaceful. Don't mind the arson that's going on. The building is engulfed in flames behind me. It's mostly peaceful. Arson really isn't that violent now, is it? They excuse these things because it advances the agenda of Democrats and progressives and socialists. And that's why you didn't hear about Robert in Rhode Island. That's why this new kid, the kid in Austin, down in Mar-a-Lago, you're going to hear that story disappear. That story is not going to make it 3 days in the news cycle. It's going to be out today because some people, like myself, are going to address it today and on Monday. By the end of the day, Monday, the mainstream news media will move on. They will ignore the story. They will come up with some other story that is far more important in their eyes than to tell you, why did this 21-year-old decide to go from North Carolina to Florida with a shotgun and a gas can with what seems to be the intention to commit arson and or murder. They don't want to talk about that because that only points back to the indoctrination that happened in his high school and in his college. The 10 years of the news media telling you Orange Man bad, Republicans bad, MAGA is bad. They're going to hide Robert and his murder of his family. Again, his wife, his ex-wife, and his eldest son. They cannot explain this. Their logic, even their mental gymnastics on how to deal with the left, how to deal with the right, they can't explain any of that. So they're going to do mental gymnastics and say, let's not talk about it at all. It's a local story. We're not going to talk about it. By the way, is this trans individual taking out his own family? Is that story a story of, is that right-wing violence? Is it left-wing violence? The answer is it's left-wing violence. This is another example of left-wing violence, but they're not going to call it that. No. It's about the guns. It's only about the guns. It's insane, folks. This stuff makes me sick to my stomach. It truly does. Hang on one second. Sorry, had to knocked over my medication. Yes, for those who have been following the show for the last 3 weeks, I pinched a nerve in my back. It still hurt, but I didn't want my dog to. I knocked it over by accident, and I didn't want my dog to eat my medication. So anyway, let's go on. Now, actually, before I go further, if there is anyone, any human being that disagrees with what I've been saying, any of the items that I've been pointing out, I'm happy to hear your voice. Don't tell me, well, Mike, you just don't understand. I hear that all the time. I've been hearing that for 20 years. I've been doing political commentary. That's not an answer. That's not a solution. That does nothing. Please don't tell me I don't understand. I spend more time than almost anyone in America that does political commentary. I spend almost more time than anyone going over news items to the fullest. I spend 16 hours a day very often just going over news. Don't tell me I don't know. I've been doing this for a long time. Give me a real argument. Tell me why you really think I'm wrong. And almost always, when I speak to someone who's on the left, it always comes down to feelings. And feelings is it's not an answer. It's not a reason. It's not a justification. It's nothing. But I mean, hey, if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. I want to hear it. So these are things you're not going to hear in the mainstream news media. I'll talk about it. Mainstream news media won't. All right, let's talk about something else the mainstream news media won't talk about that I think is very important. Here we go. Pakistan. Pakistan's about to go to war. Well, that's not exactly correct. Pakistan has been trying to go to war with Afghanistan for some time now. For basically a year, a little bit more. We have seen that actually 2 or 3 years, Pakistan has a problem with the Taliban. Pakistan doesn't like the Taliban government, which was created because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan, and he gave the Taliban hundreds of millions of dollars in weapons, in ammunition, in tanks, light tanks, but tanks, and helicopters. And the Taliban used that to take control of Afghanistan, formally take over and expand their quasi-religious government, their theocracy, and expand that influence. That's been going into Pakistan. Now, Pakistan calls the Taliban, or parts of the Taliban, they call it the TTP. TTP. And they say that's a terrorist group. Well, of course they are. The Taliban is a terrorist group. The Taliban always was a terrorist group. But Joe Biden gave them a country to control. That's something that you can go back and look at all my videos, type it in about Afghanistan, about the turnover. You can read all about that. I have dozens of articles going over every aspect of that. But this is what the Biden administration did. And because Taliban hates the TTP, otherwise known as the Taliban, we now have fighting. They're fighting over a border. Over 70. Now, what happened most recently, Pakistan's military decided to bomb Kabul to get into a fight. They killed 70 people, which the Taliban says were all innocent individuals, just townspeople. Pakistan says, no, they were actually terrorists. They were terrorists, each and every one of them. Which one is true? I don't know. Pakistan is not a reliable nation, and they give a lot of support to certain types of terrorism, like Al-Qaeda. They were more than happy to back Osama bin Laden. They were happy, Pakistan, to protect these terrorist organizations because they agreed with their ideology, their Muslim fanatical ideology. But they don't like the Taliban because that's a different radical Muslim ideology. And because they don't agree with that one, they're mad at the Taliban, but they were all buddy-buddy with Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. I don't trust either one. I don't trust the Taliban. I don't trust the government of Pakistan. They've proven to be terrorists, regardless of which form of Islam they believe. They are radical, fanatical terrorists that are willing to kill women and children. The Taliban in particular have been known to follow the lead of Iran and poison school kids, schoolgirls, specifically poisoning schoolgirls because they were learning how to read and write. That's what the Taliban did. It's insulting, it's sick, and they didn't get called out by the Biden-Harris administration, the National Organization for Women, all of the far left women's organizations. They all stopped talking about Afghanistan. They stopped talking about the Taliban. They don't remember anything about them. And if you think I'm wrong, look out today, Sunday, look through the news on every major media source. You will not hear anyone talking about the fighting between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and you will not hear them mention the Taliban and how they treat women. You won't hear about that. You won't hear about the atrocities. They swept it under a rug. It doesn't exist anymore. In fact, I believe that the Associated Press is trying to make it sympathetic to the Taliban. They're trying to make you feel bad for the Taliban in this war between Pakistan and Afghanistan, because that's why they keep mentioning it's Afghanistan. The Taliban, they don't even mention the Taliban. They try not to mention the Taliban at all. But what's the government of Pakistan? The Taliban. A terrorist organization. So you can't escape that. One terrorist-loving country versus another terrorist-loving country. There are no good guys in this story. But the Associated Press wants you to believe that the good guys seem to be the Taliban. They're not. That doesn't mean that either government should be killing innocent villagers. And I believe most people in the country, the non-military, those who are not in the government, I think they are innocent people. I think they get caught up in the middle of this and they get bombed to hell because of the political ideology of the leadership of the bigger countries, being Pakistan and Afghanistan. Their leadership are getting these local villagers killed. But you don't hear that from the mainstream news media. They don't explain that to you that way because they want to pick and choose who's the good guy, who's the bad guy that will give Democrats in America the most advantage they can, that will give the left globally as much advantage as they can. And that's sad. They'll tell you, well, we have to have both sides of the story. No, you just need to portray the truth in the story. That's it. You just need to tell the truth. And if you can't discern the truth, then yeah, show both sides equally without bias to one side or another. But the news media these days aren't trying to do that. What they're trying to do is get a political advantage for one side or the other based on the ideology of the left at any given moment at this time. And that's fluid. It changes all the time. That's how they come up with the idea that Afghanistan, the government of Afghanistan, the Taliban, they're now the good guys. Well, they've been killing and beating women to death for years. Since Joe Biden gave them the country, they have been abusing women, and they have every promise that the Taliban made about they weren't going to be fanatical, leftist, ideological, theological lunatics. That's gone out the window. Those were all lies. And we've seen it. But the media said, oh, well, then we just can't talk about that. Most people, if you ask most people in America, they think, well, no, the Taliban, yeah, they were bad guys back in the day, but now they're good people. And they promise they're going to take care of women. And no one's been saying they haven't been. You're not looking at the international news. They aren't taking care of women. They've broken all of the promises that they made to the Biden administration about how they would be just and fair and kind. None of that's true. Pakistan, though, never made that promise, and they never tried to be nice or good. Why does this matter? Why does that matter? Why does it matter that Afghanistan and Pakistan may go to war? Well, you have innocent lives being lost. That's a big news story. That's important. These are countries, both Pakistan and Afghanistan, they don't like America. By the way, America was giving, through U.S. aid, we were giving hundreds of millions of dollars to Pakistan to make them more like California. You may forget that we, at one point, were giving $200 million a year of your tax dollars to Pakistan so that they could become more like California. I know no one in California wants to be California. They're all leaving California in droves. But that was what, under the Democrats, we were spending hundreds, between tens and hundreds, depending on the year, tens and hundreds of millions a year, trying to convince Pakistan to be more like California. And the Pakistanis, for their part, took the money and did not spend it, did not try and become, they rejected California. They didn't want to be anything like California. They refused to be anything like California. But they took the money. They took the money. They took all the millions and millions of dollars that we were giving them. They took that. And they built up weapons, and they trained terrorist organizations in their country, and they sent them on out to the rest of the world. That's fact. You may not like that fact. You may not agree with that fact. You may think it's, well, Mike, they weren't just doing that. Yeah, I'm not saying that's the only thing they did, but that is the main thing they did with your U.S. tax money. And that was given to them by things like U.S. aid. That's fact. You don't have to like the fact. It is a fact. Now, I want to point out that one of the things we could have done, and going forward might have been able to do, is to end this conflict with the United States imposing tariffs on Pakistan and on Afghanistan. In fact, that's the reason why India and Pakistan ended their war last year, because Donald Trump used his power of tariffs as part of his ability to negotiate international commerce and international policy. And he used the tariffs as part of the tools to end that conflict. And you might think, well, this is great. We know that Pakistan is influenced by the United States imposing or removing tariffs on them. That could end this conflict. Donald Trump could say, no, this is separate of the deal with India, but now you're going out and you're killing potentially innocent civilians in Afghanistan. We have no great love of Afghanistan, but you know what? Young women and children being killed for no reason whatsoever. We want to stop that as much as we can around the world. And before this becomes a regional war, we want to step in and we will increase your tariffs by 10% on you and on Afghanistan if you guys keep fighting. This was the way that the war between Thailand and Cambodia, how did that end? Donald Trump was imposing tariffs on both those countries. And the more that they fought, the more that the tariffs would go up. And that was the entry point to convince both of those nations to go and have a ceasefire. It was relatively effective. They're not at war now. He could have done the same thing with Pakistan and with Afghanistan, except the Supreme Court said he can't do that anymore. That it's not in the power of the president to have international policy that affects tariffs. That he could not, through the law that he used, the IEEEP legislation, he was not allowed, according to the Supreme Court, to conduct international trade that way. I disagree. I think the Supreme Court is absolutely wrong. The president is the only branch of the government that is empowered to make deals and have international policy. That is the job of the president. The international policy and international relations of the United States with the rest of the world is by the president alone. And if, as part of his international diplomacy, he wants to apply tariffs, that is also in the power of the presidency alone. That is not a power of Congress. That is not a power of the Supreme Court. That is a power solely and completely of the executive branch. I think the Supreme Court got it wrong. Not because I love Trump, because I believe that Congress can't do international policy. And if we're trying to get the House of Representatives to agree on an international policy, it will never happen. That's why we have a president to do it. One person at the top of the chain that says, this is our policy with that nation. You may not like that. That's why you get to elect a new president every 4 years. You may want to dispute that. That's why we have a Supreme Court. But that is his purpose. And as long as he is doing that job, I don't think we should have Congress or the Supreme Court step in and block him from doing so. A lot of people don't like it. No. It should be Congress that makes all the tariffs. Then you'll never have a tariff. You'll never have a tariff. It'll be ridiculous. So let me wind it back a little bit. If prior to the Supreme Court pulling away, stripping the presidency, doesn't matter if this isn't about Trump, it's the presidency. If it were not for the Supreme Court stripping away the power of the presidency to use tariffs as part of the tools of international diplomacy, you may have seen the U.S. president go in and negotiate with Pakistan and Afghanistan and end this war. That's not going to happen. This is going to escalate. And if it escalates, that could involve India, that could involve the rest of the Middle East. And that could be a big problem. That could be a big powder keg of a problem. This isn't over. Put a pin in it. Keep an eye out. You're going to hear more about the war between Afghanistan and Pakistan over the rest of 2026 going into 2027. That is my prediction. I believe I am going to be correct, and that's a sad thing. You're going to see hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of people will die in Pakistan and in Afghanistan. And I have no great love of either of those nations' leadership. The leadership of both those countries, I think, are absolutely despicable. But There will be thousands of people who will die. Didn't necessarily need to happen. And this is, I blame, on the Supreme Court. You may disagree, and that's perfectly fine. I'm willing to hear your disagreement. Tell me why. How about this? Now, some people may be aware, some of those who've been watching the program, you may be aware, I used to live in the old Soviet Union back in 1991. And in 1991, when I was living in Moscow, I had my translator, Volodya. Volodya was a great guy. He played chess. He was a ranked player in chess. He helped improve my chess game. It was really great. He helped me learn how to speak Russian and kind of learn how to write Russian. Not good at it. Never got good at it. I was like kindergarten grade. I was horrible at writing Russian. Barely better than preschool or elementary school in reading Russian. Hey, it's not my native language, but I could speak fluently. Conversational Russian. I could speak fluently. It's been a long time. I'm not that good anymore, but I used to be that good. And while I was there, one day, Volodya, my translator, he decided, hey, Mike, I want to do something special. You want to have lunch at TASS, one of the largest news organizations of the Soviet bloc? Do you want to go there and have lunch? I'm like, you got to be kidding me. We can't go in there. You got to be kidding me. I'm an American. I'm going to go into TASS. I'm going to have a meal there. He goes, yeah, we can go and have lunch. I didn't think he was serious. He was absolutely serious. So in 1991, I went with my translator, Volodya, and we walked into TASS. And we sat down and we had lunch in their news agency. Ugly building. Ugly. The architecture, ugly, from the 1950s. Stark, just bland and stark. A cubicle, it was horrible. The way it looked, the atmosphere, horrible. The way people felt, the mood, depressing. But I was pretty impressed because I'm like, I'm in TASS and I'm having lunch. I thought that was kind of neat. So that's my story about TASS. But the reason why I bring that up, because there is some other international news, which is that Russia has tried to figure out a new way to get around the sanctions that have been imposed by Donald Trump predominantly and have been there for several presidents. There were some sanctions from the Biden administration, not many, but a few. There were some from the Obama administration, not many, but a few. And we're talking about the sanctions before and after the Ukraine war started. Now, before the Ukraine war started, there were sanctions from the Trump administration and not so much from Biden. After the war started, there were more from Biden added on, which have not been effective. In fact, for the first 3 years, the Biden sanctions did not work. The Russian economy grew. It didn't decrease. It increased. The Biden sanctions had literally no effect other than to bring Russia into a better business deal with Iran and with China. And that's how he was getting around all the sanctions. And Joe Biden, because he was spineless, would not impose greater sanctions on China, knowing that China was working under the books, so to speak, with Russia as well as with Iran. He would not increase that. In fact, Joe Biden was removing sanctions from Iran because he wanted another Iran nuclear deal, which he knew was helping Russia end the war in the war with Ukraine, because they were doing more business, and a lot of the drones that are being used in Russia at this time to attack the Ukrainians, that comes from North Korea and that comes from Iran. That's where the bulk of them are coming from. And so with the sanctions being removed from Iran, that made it more possible for them to build more drones that they could sell to Russia. And Russia was able to use the money, use Iran as a way to get around all the sanctions that the Biden-Harris administration had put forth. So the Biden-Harris administration, that whole policy, useless, puff piece, did not work. But there are sanctions, and as soon as Donald Trump became the 47th president of the United States, much like when he was 45th, sanctions were put back onto Russia, and threats of additional sanctions were made, and it did start to have a long-term impact on Russia. The cost started to catch up to them, and there were new costs, making it even more difficult because sanctions were also put on Iran at the same time, and in China as well. So all the places that Russia was going to try and skip around the Biden administration, skip around the international sanctions, they were able to get outlets through Iran and China. But Trump came in and put sanctions on Iran and China, closing that door, closing the loophole that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrats had left wide open. That means the sanctions actually started to affect Russia. It started to affect the Russian economy. It started to put some squeeze on them. Mind you, it's not enough for Russia to end the war with Ukraine. They're still doing it. It just means it's more expensive now than under the Biden administration because they had a way out. They had a way around it. Now they don't. Those loopholes, those doors have been shut. Russia, knowing this week, came up with a plan. What if they give America $14 trillion? That is with a T. I am not misstating that. $14 trillion. They mostly not so much in money, but in resources, in deals for businesses to work with Russia, to have an expanding market, in some raw resources in oil and gas, to be able to work with Russia directly. They were going to give, or they want to give America $14 trillion, and America removes the sanctions. Mind you, the war is still going on. This has nothing to do with the Ukraine-Russia war. The war would continue to happen. That is a separate issue, a separate discussion. But you'll say, but Mike, if the sanctions are gone, then Russia will have more money and more ability to continue to wage war against Ukraine. Yes, that is true. But Russia saying, but it's $14 trillion. Is the Ukraine worth $14 trillion? Think about that. That's all kinds of business that the United States cannot have at this time. New outlets, new growth of business, new infusions of cash and of investment. For decades, we would actually be able to take one of the largest threats to the United States and thus to the rest of the world, and we would be able to moderate those threats more effectively than we are able to do now. We'd have more influence on their government because of the economic pressure we would be able to put onto Russia. We would be able to break the connection of what Joe Biden put together. Joe Biden put China and Russia and Iran together, and they got to become basically an axis, a faction all of their own. And now, if we were to take this $14 trillion to break the sanctions, we would break that faction of Russia, China, and Iran. We'd be able to break that unified force against America if we were to take the $14 trillion. Another problem with this, though, Russia only has a GDP of about $2 trillion a year, which is no small amount of money. None whatsoever. It's only $2 trillion, but they don't have $14 trillion. So this would be a long-term deal. This would be over a decade, maybe two, that we'd be getting this economic, both in terms of natural gas and oil and business investment. We'd be able to get hundreds of billions of dollars a year for possibly a decade. That would be a huge inflow. That would help to reduce inflation in the United States. It would stimulate jobs in America for years. We would have years of growth in front of the United States, reducing the amount of inflation every single citizen feels, reducing the problems of balancing our budget, and possibly reducing the international threat to the United States. That's a pretty big deal. Oops. What just happened? Okay. That's a pretty big deal. And you have to ask yourself, well, Mike, I don't know if we want that deal. Is it real? Well, now, this is from 3 days ago. This is from Moscow. This is from the TASS news agency, which used to be the only news agency of the Soviet Union and one of the largest news agencies of the current Russia. They said, yeah, this was from Kirill Dmitriev. Kirill Dmitriev. He is in charge of the Russian Direct Investment Fund. He is a special presidential envoy. And he's saying, yeah. He's saying, now, there's two people who are saying this. So directly from Russia, they say, no, it's not true. It's not happening. So nothing that I just mentioned, not going to happen. And that's what most of the mainstream media is going to tell you. But here comes the Moscow Times, an independent news agency out of Russia. And they said, nope, it's absolutely true. Same day, February 19th. So we have two different answers. We have an answer that says, nope, not real. And another one says, absolutely true. They just don't want to make it public. This is supposed to be a back channel conversation between the United States and Russia. And basically, they're trying to, and in all accounts, Dmitriev is the guy responsible for it. Same guy. So the same guy who said, who we believe some news agencies are saying, said yes, that this is a real deal, is the same guy that some other news agencies are saying, no, it's not a real deal. That means that that sounds like, let me rephrase that. It sounds like that this is a backdoor deal. And unless there was a yes given, no one's going to reveal it to the public. They're going to deny this publicly. So this is going to be a quiet deal in the background, happening at the same time that we're seeing people talk about Ukraine, possible ceasefire, maybe a peace deal. While that's still being negotiated, this is a separate deal. But remember, if the sanctions against Russia are removed, it has no reason to end the war in the Ukraine. It has no reason. If the sanctions are removed, Russia will crush the Ukraine. They will not accept a peace deal. They will not have a ceasefire. They will just crush the Ukraine through attrition. It'll take time. They don't care. But they'll be able to do it. If this Dmitriev proposal goes through. And if it goes through and Russia takes over Ukraine, they will be able to pay off this deal. That's not a question. Between the rare earth minerals, we're talking about food and fertilizer, they'd be able to take that over. They'd be able to make that deal and pay it off. It's worth it to Russia to do this. So the question I'm posing to you guys, and I'm trying to break this down for you so that even the average person who doesn't really pay attention to this, you can see why this is important. We have spent billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on the Ukraine. We are in the middle of negotiations with Russia and Ukraine to end that war. It is vitally important to our allies in the EU that war end and the potential of a threat in the future is ended. And this is one of the reasons why Trump wants Europe to build up their own defenses. I'm trying to break all of this down so you can see it's all connected. At the same time that we're trying to do all of that, the Russians apparently were supposed to be quietly coming to America to put pressure. Now, there's two things here. Either this is a true backdoor deal, a government to government, not for public information deal, where we very quietly and very subtly start making business deals with Russia, dropping sanction by sanction every 6 months or so. And then Russia has a better relationship with America, they cut off China, they cut off Iran, and we see a more stable, relatively more stable Europe, less threat to the United States, but Ukraine gone. We're giving up Ukraine. That's one scenario. Or this is all a lie. This could be a lie from Putin and the hard line in the Russia, the CIS, where they're trying to erode the confidence of Europe and, more importantly, the American people in the Trump administration. That they're trying to make it seem like, because again, the left-leaning 80-90% of the news media believe in Orange Man bad. They're constantly trying to find a way to say that Donald Trump is evil. And they've already been saying for a decade that Donald Trump is best friends with Putin and they're working hand in hand. And if not, that Putin is in charge of Donald Trump. They've said all these accusations over the last 10 years. These are all things that the mainstream news media has said, that Donald Trump is working for Putin, that they're best friends, that they're not really trying to stop the Ukraine war. We've heard all of that. And this would be, if this story is a false story that was meant to be leaked to the public, and they'll deny it publicly, they'll deny it and say it's not real, but at the same time, they're leaking the information out saying, hey, would you bite? That's meant to give the public, and knowing they know fully well, every major news media organization will pick up the story and say, Donald Trump, see, this is the proof. Donald Trump is a puppet of Putin, of Russia. He'll do whatever they want. We're selling out the Ukrainians for $14 trillion. And that would put enough pressure on the United States that maybe we'd be distracted, and therefore Russia would be able to take more land in that discussion, in that distraction, as everyone tries to figure out who's going to replace Donald Trump in the negotiation table. That buys Russia more time to defeat more of the Ukraine, to get more of a stranglehold on the areas that they want, so that they have a better bargaining position. Those are the only two ways this breaks down. Either it's a real offer or it's a fake offer. But in either case, this is a threat against the Ukraine, and it is meant, if it's fake, it's meant to destroy the trust in the Trump administration. If it's real, it's meant to be a long-term benefit to America at the cost of the Ukraine. How do people feel about this? I'm trying to break this down as there's a lot in this, folks, which is one of the reasons the mainstream media doesn't trust you to hear this, because you have to think about a lot of things. They're all connected. This is about the EU. This is about NATO. This is about the Ukraine. This is about economics for the United States globally for not just a year, but for a decade, possibly more. This is affecting the growth of the United States for the next decade. It's about national security. It deals with China. It deals with Iran. It deals with Russia, the major threats that we have had and that we will have for at least the next 20 years. This is important, and we should have this conversation. The mainstream media doesn't trust you to have this conversation. They didn't tell you about all this. You're not supposed to be thinking about any of this. You're just supposed to say, Orange Man bad. Whatever that works out to, Orange Man bad. That's the answer. Done. Just vote Democrat. Don't think about it again. That's ridiculous. But that's either, I think Russia wants us to have that opinion at the end of the day, no matter what. The more confusion this creates, the better it is for Russia. Because whether it's true or not, it buys them time to put pressure on the Ukraine to take over more of the Ukraine. And as long as we are involved in either supporting the Ukraine or negotiating a peace, it's more of a distraction. This extends this. The only way to get out of somehow addressing this is either essentially we have to leave. We have to leave the Ukraine. That would be it. Give up all of our support for them. That would be the only way not to address this. I personally believe, and I could be wrong, but I personally believe that this is a real deal because it's bigger than the Ukraine. And this deal is worth more than $14 trillion. This deal is worth, God, how do you put a price on the next decade of economic growth? You can't. You just can't. How do you put a price on safe national security and safety, reducing the threat of China and Iran at the same time? This is a real deal. This actually could be a benefit to the United States, but it would cost the Ukraine. And I don't want to give up the Ukraine to Russia because that means they would have access to rare earth minerals. That means that Russia has access to fertilizer and food. That stabilizes the Russian economy and its growth for the next 100 years. So long term, it would be good for America, but it'd be even better for Russia. It means that eventually Russia would be in more power than China would. That they would return to being one of realistically, the other superpower in the world besides the United States. That's what this is about. So I think that's what it is, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. The real question for you guys is, which story is true? Which story is true? Mm-hmm. Hang on, I'm typing this out for you guys. So I just put it in the comments. Which story is true about the $14 trillion deal with Russia? You tell me. Tell me what you think about that, because I'm not quite sure. But I hope I've made it clear to you now. It's important. We need to have an answer. And I believe it's very important for the American people to give your opinion to our members of Congress, to our senators, to the White House, and say, hey, we have this opinion. This is what we think about that deal. If it's true or not, we understand the long-term consequences, the long-term benefits. We have an understanding of that. And now that we understand what it means long-term, not short-term, not next week, not next month, not through this election cycle, for long-term, the next 10, 20 years, now that we have a clear understanding of it, this is what we want. Because if we don't say something, what's going to happen in the background? What's going to happen behind our backs? That's a very important question. We're going to be going, let's see, we're at the almost 2-hour mark. I'm going to walk my dog in just a moment. How much snow is out there? Not bad. We've got not even half an inch of snow outside. So I'm going to walk my dog shortly. But before we do that, and don't worry, the show's not over. Show is not over. But I got a comment here from Shelly. Come on, guys, you can all speak up. Shelly's talking for everybody. Shelly says, I'm leery on that 1 trillion because it's open-ended as to where it goes. And clearly we have a lot of fraud in our country. Yes. Again, this is why we need to talk about this. Where are those trillions going? Who's getting that money? What deals or what businesses would be making a benefit of working with a more open Russian economy? It's a huge question. And if we don't talk about this, and if we don't give our opinion to Congress, to the Senate, to the president, we won't be in charge of what happens as a result. That scares me. That scares me a lot. All right. So for those who are unfamiliar, normally about the 2-hour mark, we normally take a quick little break. I need to walk my dog. My dog is 15 years old. As of February, as of Valentine's Day, my puppy is 14 years old. 15 years old. And I love him. He's a great dog, but he gets tired. And so I'm going to take him out now because we're in the middle of this snowstorm. And I'm going to get him out there before it gets too bad with all the ice and everything on the ground. But this gives everyone a chance to go out, and if you want to walk your dog, have a cigarette, you want to go get something to eat, stretch your legs, whatever the reason is that you're able to do so, we're going to be taking about 45 minutes to give you a chance to do all of that. That means that I'm going to be playing, in the meantime, this is an article, a show that I did back in January of 2022. And I think that'll be of some interest to everyone, especially in talking about Rhode Island, the trans shooter there, talking a little bit about what's happening in other parts of the country about the guns. We can talk about that, and then we will be back. So now it's 4:30 now, so that means 5:15. At 5:15, we will be back, and then we'll pick up on talking about some of the things about Mamdani and some of the other issues that are happening across America. We've been talking a lot about international. Let's talk more about what's happening here. We'll also get more of an update on what happened in Rhode Island, what happened with Mar-a-Lago, what's happening right now. So we'll be back with all of that very soon. 5:15, folks. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you on January 10th of 2022 to talk about gun control. It's a very important issue. It's one of the big issues that we speak about often on this channel, and I think it's something that needs to be discussed. It's really interesting to see what's going on, especially in New York State, especially in 2022, where we have the midterm elections coming with so many elected officials up for re-election. So we're going to go into this a little bit. But first, I do want to mention, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we welcome you and we thank you for joining us. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We go on to all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to receive your chats, your text, and your phone calls to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. Not just from New York, not just from the United States, but from anywhere in the world. Because we believe in your right to free speech. We believe it is an unalienable right of everyone by birth, regardless of what your government thinks, regardless of what the internet overlords think. And we will, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hear your voice and the issues that you think are important. We hope you will join us. With that said, let's take a look at what's going on in gun control in New York, because I think it's important. New York is the second biggest progressive state in the nation. It is bluer than blue every year, and very often, either in California or New York, the issues and the ideas, the types of laws that will sweep the nation often start in either California or New York, and then flow out from there to other far less progressive states, and eventually, in many cases, to the entire country. So, in understanding what's going on in New York, we understand what's going to happen to the future of the United States when we have a Democratic rule in the White House and in Congress. That said, let's take a look at this. Now, You may be aware that in New York State in 2021, there was a change in our governor. The former governor, Andrew Cuomo, who was removed in disgrace because of 11 sexual assault cases and the death of 16,000 New York State residents in nursing homes, left New York with an appointed governor, Kathy Hochul. Now, no one really knew who Kathy Hochul was. She was the lieutenant governor for New York, and she was unknown. No one knew where she stood. No one really ever heard from her because she was in the shadow of Andrew Cuomo. In September of 2021, the majority of the population of New York actually got to hear Kathy Hochul for the first time, got to understand some of her points of view for the very first time. And it was a surprising thing because no one knew where she stood on really any issue. And one of the big issues was gun control and the police, whether she was one of those who believed in removing the rights of American citizens from being able to exercise their Second Amendment right, as well as did she believe in defunding the police, a very big issue, a very big issue among the progressive wing of the Democratic Party in New York State. And to that, we know, and we can look back, looking at September 23rd of 2021, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul stated that, and I quote, "We do not support defund the police. No one in my administration does." That's the catchphrase. That was a catchphrase that had very negative connotations. She doesn't believe in defunding the police. These are her words to the New York City residents, New York State residents. She's speaking to us and saying, no one that is attached to the Kathy Hochul administration of New York wants to defund the police. That was on September 23rd. That kind of flies in the face of the news that we found out on August 28th, that her lieutenant governor, Brian Benjamin, who was a former state senator, is an advocate of defunding the police. In fact, he said, and I quote, "I support the movement to defund the police because I believe that there are parts of the New York Police Department budget that are not essential for public safety." He goes on to say, "Our goal must be to use the powers of the office to prioritize more public safety measures, not more law enforcement." Lieutenant Governor Benjamin went on to say that he also supported the state's disastrous bail reform laws and plans to close Rikers Island. Therefore, we can see that Lieutenant Governor Benjamin is a far-left activist. He is a proponent of defunding the police. He is an advocate of bail reform, issues that we've seen plague New York State and increase the net crime in New York State. These are facts. They're indisputable. And we only need to look at the New York GIVE report, that is an annual report of gun-involved violence elimination, shooting incidents, shooting victims, and individuals killed by gun violence. And this is data going through November 30th of 2021. The final report has not been issued. This was issued on December 10th of 2021. And we can see, and looking this over, for 17 metropolitan cities, including New York City, for the state of New York, we had a 6.3% increase in the number of shooting incidents involving injury. We saw that there was a 5.3% increase in the number of shooting victims, not including December. Now, the really important thing to understand about that is that in 2020, we had a 74% increase. So the increase in 2021 was on top of the 70% increase in shooting in incidents involving injury in New York State. And to look at the number of shooting victims, that's the increase of 5.3% in 2021 is on top of the 82% increase that we saw in 2020. So there was a massive and significant and continued increase in the net gun violence in New York State. But yet we have a lieutenant governor who wants to defund the police or reimagine the police or reallocate funding for the police. There are several ways that the news media and politicians like to word this, but the essential, at the end of the day, in every example we have ever seen in every state and every city that has implemented it, it has always resulted in the same exact net result: fewer police. Less police officers, less law enforcement to be able to enforce the laws and to protect the public. That is a fact. That is consistent in every single state, in every single city that has elected and tried the social experiment of defunding the police or reimagining the police or reallocating police funding. It's always the same. So given that, we have a question. We have appointed Governor Hochul saying she doesn't want to defund the police. She has a lieutenant governor that she picked who does want to defund the police. It makes us wonder what's going on. Well, this is 2022 now, and this is an election year. And Democrats are desperate. They are desperate to try and find a win. They are desperate to be able to hold on to their power, even in the bluest of blue states, because New York State is bleeding people like crazy. New York State has been losing people since 1958, every single year, every single decade, most notably during the Cuomo administration, but continuing to have massive losses of people, population, under appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. And you can see that here coming from U.S. News. We can see that the top states people moved away from, that they left, that they exited: New Jersey, Illinois, and New York. Gee, why would we think that? New Jersey, Chicago, and New York City. Yeah. And 63% of the population were leaving New York State. This is higher than even in California. And it's kind of interesting because New York State, to be exact, and this is coming from New York Magazine, this was on December 21st of 2021, as they reported, even though the census data, which includes illegal aliens, which helped New York State in 2020 to maintain its population and only lose one congressional seat, showed that the census data showed that New York State lost 319,000 people from July of 2020 to July of 2021, which means we may have lost even more people by December. That was the leading population, the most significant population decline of any state, at a loss of 1.9% of the population. That's insane. And when we take into account and take out the illegal aliens, which propped up New York State's population numbers, the number is actually 352,185 residents. I want you to understand that. That's more than most cities. New York State has lost a rather large city, the entire population, entire, top to bottom, just gone. They walked away from New York State under Governor Kathy Hochul. She's done that bad, as did her predecessor, the disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo. And I bring all of that up, and I think it's important to understand, because we have to understand, what is Kathy Hochul going to do about gun control? She wants to make this New York State safer for the public. At least that's what she keeps telling us. As we see, when she was speaking and quoted by Spectrum News on January 5th, appointed Governor Hochul says that she will form a new consortium between New York State Police, the NYPD, and other law enforcement agencies, including neighboring states, to trace guns used in crimes and stop the flow of guns into our state. She believes in beefing up efforts to use social media to find potential threats and criminal activity, and the creation of gun intelligence centers across the state. And she wants to she backs reforms of the criminal justice system, such as sealing felonies and misdemeanor criminal records, and backing college tuition for prisoners. Does that sound like that's something that's going to help? Is this going to lower the crime? Because we should take a look at this. And I really want to take a look at this because, first of all, let's debunk the obvious things that don't really help. When she says she wants to use social media to find potential threats, well, that doesn't always work. As we know, and as being reported by the Daily Mail out of the United Kingdom and the New York Post, and seemingly no other news agency in the United States, we know that what is suspected to be a Antifa member was out with pipe bombs trying to potentially kill people in Florida, and they had no social media exposure. So saying that we're going to track people by social media doesn't really mean you're necessarily going to stop anyone. And that also requires that someone notices it. In fact, to be able to look at social media, to use that as a tool, means that people's privacy may be invaded. It is introducing the government into people's personal lives, tracking everyone. Can you imagine New York State tracking everyone on their social media, tracking every conversation that you have, every organization that you may look up, every article that you may read? It sounds like a Fourth Amendment privacy violation. And that's her back door into that, in creating more government to intrude on individuals' privacy, with no guarantee that that's going to actually pay off. Yes, often it does for some of the most disturbed individuals, but how many criminals go on Facebook to announce that they're going to rob a bank? How many carjackers go onto Twitter to announce that they're about to steal someone's car? How many Instagram posts do you see of someone running around saying, I'm going to mug somebody, here's the video of me doing it? Not very often. And in fact, I wish it was more prevalent so that we could actually arrest those individuals. But the reality is, that's not a realistic way to stop the average of crimes. Yes, some of the bigger situations, but to tell us that that's going to fix the problem, well, that's a lie. Now, I know you may not have even noticed this article because, again, not a lot of people were paying attention to it on January 5th when we heard from Kathy Hochul. And there were very few articles, although this came out today, and I know you can't see it. The Times Union has hidden it from everyone. So we actually had to go to the statements from appointed Governor Hochul on January 5th, where she announced a three-part agenda to prevent and reduce gun violence and violent crime throughout New York State, because this is an election year. So, of course, she's going to talk about gun violence. And she's going to tell us that she is going to make New York safe, much like we heard from Andrew Cuomo, who told us that if we passed the New York SAFE Act, New York would be safe. That when he passed the red flag laws and put that through the state legislature, that's the state assembly and the state senate, where it was voted on, and Democrats said, yes, this is absolutely going to stop violent crime. This is going to reduce gun violence in New York State. And as I showed you just before, they lied. That's not true. It's never worked. Their approach has always failed. Restricting the freedoms of individuals does not result in less crime. Criminals don't care. But Kathy Hochul, let's give her the opportunity. Let's look at what she is actually saying that she is going to do that is going to reduce the amount of crime in New York State and going to make people safer from gun violence from criminal individuals. She says, and I quote, "As governor, my most important responsibility is to keep New Yorkers safe. With incidents of gun violence and other violent crimes sadly increasing, my administration is laser focused on taking the necessary steps to protect New Yorkers. Our three-pronged approach will tackle the rise in crime while also ensuring all New Yorkers, no matter their race or background, are treated with dignity and respect." Let's think about that statement that she made. First of all, she's admitting that all the other gun initiatives that have been produced by New York State over the last several decades, and in particular under the disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo's run, failed. None of them have worked. She's admitting that because crime has been increasing. She's also admitted in that statement, de facto, that defunding the police has failed. It failed in New York State just as it has failed in every other city and state that it has been tried in. That's what she has said. Very carefully worded, I give her that, but it failed, and she admits it. And she says that she has a three-pronged approach that will stop the rise in crime. Her answer to crime can be resolved in just three things. That's all it takes. She just needs to do three things and she can fix the problem, which I think is an oversimplification of the problem. But when she says our three-pronged approach will tackle the rise of crime, she's saying you just need to do three things and that will fix crime in New York State. And she goes on to say, no matter the race or background, well, when there are laws being, what laws is she thinking of that would be specific to someone's race? It's been a long time since 1950. In fact, this is 2021. That's 70 years ago. I'm pretty sure laws are no longer race specific. We've moved ahead of that. We've moved ahead of that a long time ago in my lifetime. So I'm pretty sure that was to be assumed. Let's look at what is she looking to do. Invest in public safety and fund state and local policing gun safety efforts. Well, that's a nice little statement. That's a nice headline of her first idea in the plan. Invest in public safety. What does that mean? Nothing. Really, that means nothing. It's an empty statement. Invest in public safety. Does that mean you're going to fix the bridges and the roads? Because crumbling bridges and roads are a danger to the public. You're going to replace the water lines in many of the cities and cities across New York State, which are falling apart. We have that infrastructure problem. Infrastructure is a danger. Are you spending money on that? Because that's public safety. What is she talking about? That doesn't make any sense. So if you're going just by the headline is meaningless. Let's look at what she actually says. Governor Hochul will triple the state's gun violence intelligence resources by adding a team of analysts who process gun tracing data to the New York State Intelligence Center. So she's going to spend a bunch of money to hire a bunch of people to crunch data. Okay, don't know exactly how that's supposed to make anyone safer, but it does tell us where some of the money she's going to spend this year is going. Your taxes are going up. She's hiring new people to be able to crunch data, which in and of itself does nothing. Let's go on. Governor Hochul will also double the number of community stabilization units to 16, increasing the state police's ability to partner with local enforcement to combat community-specific crime problems. Well, you would think that means we need more state police. Or she's saying, because she doesn't believe in increasing the number of police, as her lieutenant governor is absolutely against. So instead of increasing the number of police, she's going to increase the burden already existing on our police departments, on the state police, increasing their burden and overworking them, as well as increasing the amount of overtime that they would need to do, which of course means that New York State has to spend more money, which means you need to pay more in taxes. Okay, so she's going to overwork our law enforcement and spend more money doing it. Fine. To support local law enforcement, Governor Hochul will increase the funding for the Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Program. That's a program whose report we often quote, and in fact, we had just shown you. Again, this is the GIVE report that she's speaking about. That shows us that all the efforts of gun control from 2013, from 2018, all the bills in between have failed in New York State. definitively. They have definitively failed. She goes on to say, as well as increasing investments in New York's crime analysis centers, which collect and share criminal intelligence and data with local law enforcement. She's going to have more people crunching numbers. That's a redundancy. She's already said that. She's saying it again. Finally, New York State will establish crime gun intelligence centers in every region of New York State, helping state police effectively solve major crimes and disrupt interstate trafficking of illegal arms, which means she's going to have more number crunchers. So in 3 different ways, she said that she's going to increase the number of analysts looking at data, which may or may not provide some information, and that she's going to overburden the existing law enforcement and make them work harder for the same money with no extra personnel. Because if she was going to hire someone, she would have said that right there. In fact, she would have said it in any one of these 3 items that she's presented. She would say, we're going to hire more state police. She did not say that. She didn't say we're going to hire more local police or enable grants for local communities with high crime rates to be able to get more law enforcement to help to control crime in their area. No, she's not doing any of that. She just wants a report telling us how bad the crime is, which is pretty useless. She goes on to say something else, and I'm going to come back to that point in just a moment about how effective is it to be able to, in fact, let me go to it right now. She says she's going to track where guns are coming from, because this is a big problem. That's why we have more gun crime in 2020 and 2021. That's why more people are being shot and injured and killed in New York State today, because of illegal trafficking of guns. Okay, let's think about that. Because this is a report, and I want you to see it. This is the report from the U.S. Department of Justice, the DOJ, released on January 2019, with data from 2016, the most recent data that we have. And this is a survey of prison inmates. These are people who have been caught committing crimes with a firearm, any crime committed with a firearm. And speaking of those individuals who have been convicted and are in prison, looking at them and detailing clearly for all people to see exactly how did they get the guns that they were using. And that means we're going to table 5 of the data from the Department of Justice of the United States. And what we find out is that the criminals who used a firearm in any crime, and they are now convicted of, only 10% actually bought a firearm. Whether it's at a gun shop, a pawn shop, there was virtually no one who did so at a flea market or a gun show. No, they got, of the people who went to a store and got a gun, which means that they had to go through the regular process that everyone has to go through to get a firearm, only 10% of them actually did that. That's almost no one. Minimal. In fact, what was the main source for criminals to be able to get a firearm? Off the street, underground market. These are illegal guns that are coming from off the street in an illegal market. These are guns that were not purchased legally, which means they may have been stolen, they may have been bought in a different state and sold to someone somewhere else. They were sold by gangs that came from overseas, like over in Mexico. They came into the United States because the United States government, gave them the guns in the first place. We're not sure. It is an unknown source. It was somewhere randomly by other criminals. But yet we're told that this is going to help stop crime because Governor Hochul is going to find out what state they come from, which doesn't help us find out where the criminals actually got them from. Oh, the guns came from Chicago in Illinois. Does that tell us which gang sold those guns? Does it tell which gang member sold those guns? What about the Crips in California or the Bloods in California? What if it came from a gang in I don't know, Mississippi. Does that help us? If we find out that they're getting the guns from Mexico and being imported in along with illegal aliens that have an open door policy in New York State because it is a sanctuary city, does that help us? Does that resolve the problem? I think not. But let's go on. Create the Interstate Gun Tracing Consortium. While there have been previous efforts to track illegal guns, they were often concentrated to an individual city, like Chicago or Baltimore or Detroit. For a more holistic approach, holistic? We're using holistics in government? I think not. Governor Hochul will direct the state police to form an interstate gun tracing consortium to facilitate the exchange of intelligence between localities and neighboring states. The Interstate Stun Tracing Consortium would focus on real-time intelligence exchange and operational coordination targeting gun interdiction. In other words, she's going to crunch data and find out where the guns are coming from, which is exactly what she said in the first point. Finally, New York State will establish gun crime intelligence centers in every region of New York State, helping state police effectively solve major crimes and disrupt interstate trafficking of illegal arms. She's going to do exactly what we've already been doing, that she already said she's going to be doing. So her 3-part plan is actually so far 2 parts. Well, no, it is 3 parts. Let's be fair. It is 3 parts because she's also going to overwork and overburden the state police. So that's point 1. She's going to overburden the state police. Point 2, she's going to get a bunch of data crunchers to look at the data to try and find out where guns are coming from, which we have been doing already, which has not been effective. And she's going to raise your taxes to be able to do these 2 items. So she's done 2 things so far she's promised. 3 things. Increase your taxes, have more people to do data that we already do that doesn't work, and she's going to increase the workload for the existing state police, which is a decreasing number because people are quitting because they don't want to work in New York State where they get blamed for everything. So that brings us to the 3rd item. Okay, and in the 3rd item, triple investment in community-based gun violence response. Let me read that again. Triple the investment, triple the amount of your tax dollars that she is going to spend on community-based gun violence response. Let's start off with the first thing. And I want to be very clear about this. That doesn't work. It does not work. Here we are. Look at the numbers from 2011 to 2020 and the current totals as of November in 2021. They do not work. In 2020, when we had a 74.5% increase in the number of shooting incidents involving injury, it does not work. In 2021, where we have increased that number even more, it does not work. It already exists, it's already being used, and it does not work. But she's going to spend more of your tax dollars, 3 times as much, to fund a program that does not work, but it makes progressives feel good. And that's the important thing, because it's an election year. And nothing gets votes like making your constituent base, your voting base, feel good. Make them feel like something's happening. Oh, I'm being taxed to death. Well, at least I can feel good because it's going to do something, right? They're doing something. Doesn't matter that what they're doing is ineffective and useless. Let me read the program itself. Appointed Governor Hochul will also invest in community-based prevention and response efforts that have been proven to curb gun violence. Even though the data, as I have just shown you, from New York State itself, shows that that doesn't work. And if we look at the FBI's unified crime data doesn't work in California, doesn't work in Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit. It doesn't work. But let's go on. The major investment will expand hospital-based gun violence specialists to all 22 of New York State's trauma centers, expand the state's network of snug street outreach to Niagara Falls, Utica, and Schenectady, provide skills-based job readiness and work replacement training for at-risk youth involved in the state's violence interruption work, and launch a first-in-the-nation program to recruit and retain outreach workers. So that's a lot of gobbledygook. What does that actually mean? Besides the fact that we're going to triple down on something that hasn't worked definitively because the data shows us it's not working. Does not work in New York State. And they're not focusing on New York City, which has had the largest amount of crime increase of the counties and cities throughout New York State. No, she's going to Niagara Falls, Utica, and Schenectady. Could those counties be important for the 2022 election? That's for you to decide. But I want you to understand that's where she's targeting. And why only there? With 3 times the funding, don't you think that would be something that should be useful for the entire state? If this is such a vital item and this is so important, shouldn't we see that across the entire state, including New York City? You would think that would be the case. But no, this is a social experiment. And that experiment's only going to take place in Niagara Falls, in Utica, and Schenectady, which may or may not have a political backdrop to them, which would be involve the 2022 midterm elections. But the thing that really caught me in this is hospital-based gun violence specialists. What in the hell does that mean? What is a hospital-based gun violence specialist? Because that's really, really questioning. But I want to go on and mention, gun violence has increased dramatically throughout the nation and New York, which is because of the pandemic, which is a lie. That's a lie. It's about defunding the police, not the pandemic. From 2019 to 2020, gun-involved homicides in New York increased nearly 80%. In response, they're going to build upon significant investments and actions, expand a variety of initiatives, including state and local enforcement capabilities, partnering with New York City and neighboring states, additional resources for community-based programs to stop gun violence, strengthen safety. Well, there's something that's missing in this, which we had seen in her comments, as seen in Spectrum News, that she's also doing criminal justice, which she left out of her report. Because, well, I understand why she left it out. What we have seen is that when we have reformed the criminal bail, when we had bail reform, it failed. And what she's talking about in particular is pretrial population. That's bail reform. That's what they're talking about, bail reform. And we see that the New York Police Department has already told us in March of 2020 that bail reform was a problem and one of the significant reasons for increased arrests in 6 different crime categories for the entire year that it was made available. Now, Human Rights Watch says, oh no, we don't have enough data for that. Well, when we look at other states that have done the same thing, the same kind of bail reform, in New Jersey, bail reform had no impact on reducing violent crime. In New Mexico, it had barely any effect. In Kentucky, there is no effect. So in 2 out of the 4 states that have done the bail reform with the excuse that this will reduce the crime that states see, 2 out of the 4 states say, no, it doesn't. Does not have an impact. In New York State, we increased crime. So in 3 out of the 4 states that have done it, we can say,
No, it's not effective. It's not in the best interest of the public. It's actually a problem, which may explain why she's not mentioning bail reform in her 3 efforts to try and stop gun violence. Because bail reform doesn't stop crime. Definitively, it doesn't work. Not in New York State, not in the other states that it's been tried. And what we do see is, and what bail reform, and we say that bail reform has not worked, here is a recent January 7th, 3 days ago, we saw that a Cuban illegal alien in the United States was arrested on 28 felony fraud charges. 28 felony fraud charges, and was released. Justice Greenidge released this man, this illegal alien, on his own recognizance after being charged with 28 felony fraud charges because of bail reform. Because of bail reform. It fails. It doesn't work. And this is why New York State has made it very clear that there has been an increase in crime because of bail reform. But let's go back to the 3, well, not really 3, the plans that have come from Governor Hochul. We're going to track the guns, we're going to overwork the state police, and we're going to have hospital-based gun violence specialists. What are hospital-based gun violence specialists? When we look it up, it's the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention. It is the intervention. And I want you to understand what that is. It is called Hospital-Based Violence Intervention Programs. And to be very clear about that, I want you to see. It is 1, intervention. Begins with a brief intervention in the emergency department or at the hospital bedside. So when you have been shot, when you have been stabbed, when you have been beaten into the ground and the dirt and taken to a hospital, you will then have a specialist come to your bedside, assuming you're not in a coma or unconscious from surgery, or that you have survived whatever injuries you have received, and then they will talk to you about what happened. How? Were you the victim? Were you the person who caused the crime? What's going on? That they will follow that up with intensive, long-term, community-based case management services in the months following the injury. So as you heal from being shot, from being stabbed, from being beaten so badly that you had to go to a hospital, they're going to come back and talk to you more about what happened. How did you get hurt? Why was someone in? Why were you being the criminal, or why were you being the victim? They're then going to follow that up with crisis intervention, linkages to community-based services, mentoring, home visits, follow-up assistance, and long-term case management that are provided to culturally competent frontline workers who are from the same or similar communities as the clients they serve. So if you are Black, if you are Hispanic, if you are Asian, you will get someone who is Black or Hispanic or Asian. You will get a social worker that looks the same skin tone as you. And they're going to come there and they're going to tell you about how bad it is that crime happens, that being a criminal isn't a good thing, and that being involved in drugs or other criminal activities is not in your best interest, because you can get hurt, because you can get killed, because you may have to hurt or kill other people. Do we really need social workers for this? Isn't this something basic? If we need to tell people this in a hospital and they didn't know beforehand that being a criminal is bad and that it could harm them or others, then we have failed as a society. We have completely failed as a culture, and there is a problem far bigger than any socialist is going to, or social worker is going to be able to resolve. This is stupid. The failure isn't at this point. We're dealing with the symptom, not the problem. But let's go further. Addressing the social determinants of health. These social workers will elevate the issues of revolving door violence while addressing inequity and building partnerships with communities and survivors of violence. So you have survived being stabbed, you have survived being shot, you have survived being mugged, beaten up, whatever the reason, whatever the problem was that put you into a hospital. Good for you. And you have had a social worker who has the same skin color of you, because no one else could possibly understand what it is to be shot or mugged or beaten down or to be involved, a victim of crime. No one can understand that unless they have the exact same skin color as you, because diversity. Okay. And in this, they are going to go and deal with the inequity of white people not also being shot and stabbed and beaten down by violence like you just did, even though, looking at the statistics, yes, they do. So does everyone in America and around the world. Violence and criminal activity are not restricted by race or gender or religion. It happens to everyone, everywhere in the world, and there is no specialization for any one group. Happens to everyone. Everyone needs help with that. And the problem is bigger than telling someone it's really bad. Crime is really bad. It sucks. I'm sorry. This is a stupid program to me. And I want you to understand that the people who are backing these kinds of ideas come out of one of the programs. And matter of fact, let me show you, because I want you to see this. These are the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention, one of the largest groups doing this, has membership. And I decided to just pick through two of the organizations just at random. But you can go through this list for yourself. And I am sure that you will find consistently, because almost every one of the cities and states that this is happening in are large Democratic strongholds. But you can go through this for yourself and see if I am wrong. And what you will see are things like this. The Rochester Against Gun Violence Coalition. That's one of the groups in this organization. Okay? That they are here to tell people, to send social workers to tell you that crime is bad. The Rochester's Against Gun Violence Coalition. And let's take a look. And what do you see? The coalition is made up of Democrats. Councilman Willie Lightfoot, Legislator Sabrina Lamar. These are Democrats. These are elected Democrats. This is the Democratic Party. There has to be more about this because the public really doesn't know. I guarantee you don't know what these programs do. And so I had to look up one of the most cited reports on the benefits of a hospital-based peer intervention program for violently injured youth. This has been cited over 100 times. It is the top cited program that I can find on Google when I was searching for this information. And in looking at this report, which comes from 2007, the thing that is important, the result out of a total sample size of 154 patients. That's it. It is a study, a design that was from January of 1998 until June of 2003. There were 154 patients, which is a stupidly small sample size. And it was for a time of 18 months, a year and a half, an incredibly short period of time. So in an incredibly short period of time, with a sample of almost nobody, they were to find out participation in the hospital-based peer intervention program lowered the risk of criminal justice involvement. There was no effect on the risk of re-injury and death. What? It doesn't stop people from getting hurt or being dead? This program to stop violence doesn't stop violence.
There's a dragon on the wire breathing digital flame. Money on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us back here at the No Sound Bites Allowed. It is our Sunday live stream, and we are, it's 5 to 17, right on time. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being here. Whether you're here for just a moment or if you're here for the whole show, I appreciate you. I thank you for being part of my audience. So, excuse me. I hope everyone had a good little break. You got something to eat, walked your dog, got a cigarette, whatever you did. I hope you enjoyed it. Here in New York, where we're expecting blizzard-like conditions, right now there's about a quarter of an inch of snow on the ground. It's still snowing. It's going to be snowing all day for the rest of the night and into tomorrow. So we will see how much snow we accumulate. We're expecting about, I saw 13 inches. We'll see exactly what it turns out to be. Hope everyone's going to be safe. Everybody be warm. The homeless, I hope they can get into a warm area, because we don't need to see Mamdani increase the number of people that he has killed in the first month or two of him being mayor, which I do hold him accountable for. I did want to address something that we saw before the break, or during the break, I should say. And we have a comment here from our bot. And this is Aubrey. Aubrey is a bot. This is not a real person. This is not real ideas. But the bot comes on every so often. And I want to address this. So Audrey says, why would Trump stop at 10 or 15% for the new global tariffs? This is a dumb question. Because if Aubrey, whoever programmed the bot, actually did any research whatsoever, or listened to Donald Trump when he spoke to the nation on Friday, and he made this very clear. The reason why it's 10 to 15%, because of the statute, the law that he used, the legislation he used, has a limit of 15%. That's it. He started with 10, but some nations that we had made deals with, like the European Union, were already at 15%. And so the tariff that we had with Europe, 15%, if he only had 10%, well, then it would have reduced the amount and actually changed the deal that he had already made back in 2025 with the European Union. So he had to increase it to 15% because that's what the deal was at. And in fact, many countries had a 15% tariff rate. That's why he went to 15. Can he go over that? No, because the legislation they don't know what they're talking about. Let me show you further. The bot goes on to say, why not charge American business owners an extra 60, 70, 80% tax? First of all, this isn't a tax on business owners per se. It is a tariff on goods that are being imported into America. That doesn't mean that it's a 15% tax on you. That isn't how it works. I understand that's what they like to say. That isn't how the math actually works. Donald Trump isn't charging again, can't. Even if you want to say, well, the tariff is a fee, it's a tax on what you're going to purchase, which isn't true. That is a lie. But let's just say for this moment, for the bot, it's true. That doesn't equal 60, 70, or 80%. So again, this bot is counting on you not having information, and it's lying to you about the information, and then it's exaggerating a horror story that doesn't exist in reality. Going on to tax everything they import. That would really show everyone who's the boss. Again, this is emotional manipulation. This is taking information that starts off true. There is a tariff. It is 15%. Why? Because of the law that Donald Trump has cited. And this is something that is a precedent, just like the IEEEP Act that Donald Trump previously used in 2025. The Supreme Court said, no, that doesn't apply. It's the wrong law. Not that he was wrong to do what he did, but it was the wrong law to use in that case. So Donald Trump has used another law, but that law is 15% for 150 days. That's the facts. It's not 60, 70% tax. It's not even 15% tax on businesses. That's a lie. That is something that Democrats want you to feel because they don't want you to think about it. And so this is just crap. I hate when bots come out and say lies to you, and they won't say anything else. Notice you haven't seen Aubrey talking about any of the other things. I've been talking about a lot of international news. Not one word about that. Not one word about that. Why? Because the bot isn't programmed for that. The bot doesn't think. It just spits out whatever it was told to talk about. I was talking most recently about Russia making a $14 trillion deal with the United States to lift sanctions. And the bot has nothing to say about that. See, when you see the comments, you always have to wonder about it. Like, why is it saying that? Why is it addressing what I was addressing for an hour and a half? Because it has an agenda. Because it was programmed to make you think, vote Democrat. That's it. And that's why it's on my channel, because I'm a Republican and a conservative. And so it wants to make other Republicans and conservatives either feel bad so you don't vote, or to try and convince you to vote Democrat based on emotions and nothing else. Because it obviously the people with the bot were hoping I wouldn't notice this. I did. But that's fine. I'll let it go. Matter of fact, since we're talking about the tariff, let's talk about the tariff. Now, my initial thoughts on the tariff, after it first came out that the Supreme Court said that Donald Trump used the wrong legislation, they didn't say that Donald Trump did not have the right to actually impose a tariff on foreign goods, because he clearly does have that right according to the Constitution. I believe Article 1, Section 5 covers that, if I remember correctly. So the president does have that right, because the right, as we mentioned earlier, the right of foreign policy, of dealing with international relations, is solely the responsibility of the executive branch, not Congress, not the Senate, no other branch, not the Supreme Court. It is only with the executive. The president gets to make that decision. That's a fact. So SCOTUS said he used the wrong legislation, the wrong authorization. He would have to use something else to be able to do the exact same thing. Now, one of the first things, this was before, when I did this short video, some of you may have seen it, and I'll play it in just a second. It was before Donald Trump came out and said, not a problem, I'll use a different law. I'll use a different tax tariff plan that has been used in the past that he can use again. and then he will figure it out from there, because a lot of international policy is tied to these tariffs. It's not just about the money. It's not just about making America self-sufficient. It's not completely about America first. There's more to it. Again, as we mentioned earlier, we're talking about international peace and ceasefires and peace deals that were based on the tariff system and the tariffs that were there. So this is what I had to say at the time. So you may have heard the breaking news that the Supreme Court just killed the Trump tariffs. And the left is going to be screaming applause. They're really thrilled about this. And they're going to tell you, well, that's going to save the economy. I'll tell you, no, it won't. It's not going to happen. In fact, this is doomed the U.S. economy. It's going to hurt international stability as well. Let me explain real quick why. First thing you got to know is, in terms of stability, Trump has used the tariffs to be able to end civil wars around the world. We're talking about Thailand and Cambodia. We're talking about India and Pakistan. Those are two major cases where Trump used the ability of those tariffs to influence and help enforce some kind of ceasefire and peace agreement. That's no longer going to apply. And in fact, we may see in both of those two cases that they may revert back to fighting again, since the tariffs no longer have any power. In addition to that, thinking about the U.S. economy, looking at long term, because tariffs are a long-term solution, not short-term. This is going to hurt the ability of America to be able to manufacture products, something that is desperately needed for our future. The tariffs were meant to build new businesses for the next decade so that we would be self-sufficient. And what has happened now is America can't have that self-sufficiency. That means we are in the pocket of China. Very simple. And that's not going to be good for the U.S. economy. That's not going to be good for global stability. We have a problem. Yeah. Yay, the left won, got a win. And America got a loss. But what do you think? Now, that's been seen by about 1,000 different people across the world. Not bad. Not as popular as I would like, but popular more than none at all. And I made the supposition there that China is the true victor from this. Now, as you can see from the bot, Democrats are trying to use this to leverage, to get some kind of momentum, to get some kind of popularity, to be able to preserve the 2026 midterm elections. But it's really a false image. This isn't going to make you save money. This isn't going to bring down the price of bread or bring down the price of meat. It's not going to help your business drop the price of electricity. It has nothing to do with any of those things. And it's not going to help any of those things. It also isn't, by removing the sanctions, we aren't going to have more American businesses built, making all of the things that we were buying from overseas, in particular, about 40% of it, 35 to 40% coming from China directly. We'll make it here in America instead, which would make it higher quality and better. But that's the important fact. Tariffs, and I've said this many times on this program, tariffs are meant to essentially force the American people, or any country for that matter, to force them to buy the national good, the local good, rather than buying the imported good. And that makes you self-sufficient. So instead of having to buy a TV from China, you buy a TV from America, because America can make the same TV. We can make it better, and theoretically, at least, we can make it cheaper. Now, that depends on unions and a few other factors, but theoretically, we should be able to make those same TVs in America with higher quality and lower cost. That's what the tariff is there, to convince somebody who has money, one of those evil billionaires and millionaires, to build a business making TVs, as an example, here in the United States, rather than outsourcing everything to China and shipping it in. Now, if you happen to be an eco-fanatic, if you believe in climate change or man-made climate change and that whole mindset, you should probably want America to manufacture more things in America than outside of America. And the simple reason is, do you know how much greenhouse gases are released from the international shipping ships, the transatlantic cargo ships? It's more gas, more CO2 and climate, what do they call them? The greenhouse gases are released by one cargo ship traveling one time, one direction. So one ship coming from China to the United States releases more greenhouse gases than all of the cars in the United States in a year. Oh, you didn't know that? It's because no one likes to do the math. But studies have been done on this, and the math is very clear. One ship container, a cargo container ship, will release more greenhouse gas than all of the cars in the United States in 1 year. That's each trip. So that ship container has to come across and then go back. That's 2 years worth of greenhouse gas coming from cars. And that's just one of them. There are dozens of cargo container ships that are going across the Atlantic Ocean, going across the Pacific Ocean as we speak. Dozens. And each and every one of them is releasing 1 year's worth of greenhouse gases. The more that we can make in the United States, the less greenhouse gases are being released into the atmosphere. If you happen to be an eco-fanatic, if you are concerned about global warming or climate change or whatever they're calling it today, if you're concerned about that, you want goods made in America because it's less polluting to have it made in America than having it made in China or in India or in Malaysia or any of the other, Vietnam, any of the other countries out there. That's looking at it from the environmentalist point of view. In terms of the economics, it's cheaper to have something made in the United States. It is good for jobs in the United States. It is good for the overall economy. And once America is self-sufficient, looking at it from a more national security point of view, if China's making everything and China doesn't like us, they will cut off our goods. We saw this happen during the pandemic, the lockdowns, and China wasn't able to send things into the United States. And we saw prices skyrocket as a result. In addition to that, the fact is, we also saw last year, 2025, it was June, if I remember correctly, that China decided that they were not going to sell rare earth metals to the United States because they have control of about 75-80% of all the rare earth metals needed for people with iPhones and cell phones overall, for computers, for AI to be built, for all of the infrastructure, the technology that we need to build missiles and defense, as well as the quality of life that Americans have at this moment and will need to have in the next 20 years. China said, we're going to cut you off. And Trump then used the tariffs to be able to negotiate. And that's, remember when you saw that the tariff with China was 100, 150%. That's the battle we had that we can't do now because of the Supreme Court that was trying to protect the quality of life for America, not just tomorrow, but for the next 10 to 20 years. And if we were building those same cell phones, those same chips, those chipsets and that technology in America and not importing it, well, then we would never be under threat from China cutting us off, because everything essential would be made in America, not being outsourced to China or to Vietnam or India, Indonesia. They wouldn't be able to wield power over us. So it is a national security issue. It is an economy issue. It is an international policy issue. It is an environmental issue. The mainstream media doesn't want to tell you these things because then you would change your opinion about the tariffs. It would change your opinion about Republicans and Democrats. And it might cost Democrats votes in the 2026 midterm elections because they have to make you think Orange Man bad. If you realize that Many, not all, but many of the policies of the Trump administration are dealing with the next 10 years of America, not the next 10 days. Then it's a very different outlook on what we should be doing for our nation. Essentially, we're seeing the Trump administration try to future-proof America in terms of our economy, in terms of our technology, in terms of our quality of life. You don't hear that because the Democrats don't have an answer. They don't have a solution to any of this. So rather than have to debate on something they can't win, they try and make you think Orange Man bad. And that's why their bots go out and say things like the Audrey bot, because you're not supposed to think about the actual issue. You're supposed to have a feeling. Trump's greedy. Businesses are evil and greedy. This is about what's going to happen prices tomorrow. No, it's not. It's about the next 10 years. You're not even supposed to think about the national security interest or the global stability interest, like I mentioned with Cambodia, like I mentioned with Pakistan and India. You're not supposed to know these things. You're not supposed to think. You're just supposed to feel. And right now, the Democrats think they've got a victory. Yay! No, we just lost a negotiation tool to increase the amount of stability in the world. We wouldn't be able to have the same fight with China over rare earth metals like we did in 2025. You can't do that now. And that's a problem. And it's a bigger problem than most people think. Now, I know some people are going to say, but Mike, you just don't understand that. Let me show you that I do understand. Because we already see, this is from Bloomberg News. Bloomberg is already saying that Chairman Xi, China, is getting better leverage against the United States. This is from Bloomberg. They've already mentioned. Now, this is behind their firewall. So let me show you a different source saying the same thing. This is from the Financial Times. This is about as neutral as you're going to find in the news media, the Financial Times. And the Financial Times says Trump's new flat rate tariff is a boost for China and Brazil. I know Brazil is not the biggest international player in the world, especially in terms of international national defense and that aspect of it. But in terms of economics, this is great for Brazil. It's even better for China. And that's worse for the United States. That puts our quality of life in the hands of China. That's why Chairman Xi is very excited. He's very happy that the old tariff system cannot exist. And now we're at this 15% rate. Now, if you read through the Financial Times, and I will have the link available after the show so that you will be able to see it. But Trump's flat rate tariffs, you can see that this is very good. At the top of this chart, you can see this is the benefit. These are the countries that are benefiting. These are the countries that are losing because of the change in the tariff structure to 15%. The biggest winner is Brazil, but the second biggest winner is China. They get to have a stranglehold over our economy. China does not like America. China is a communist nation. They promote communism and socialism around the world. They believe that over time they will win. And so if they can control our quality of life and our technology, they will beat us over time. It won't happen tomorrow, won't happen in the next 10 days, but it will happen within the next 10 to 20 years. And that may seem like forever. It isn't. That is short term. As countries go, as governments go, as policies go, that's short term. 10, 20 years, that's about a generation. That's all it takes. And so China is very happy about this. Mexico's happy. Vietnam, which is actually, Vietnam is a substitute for China. China takes the goods, puts them in Vietnam. Vietnam has a better tariff rate than China normally does. So they get to have extra money come by shipping through through Vietnam instead of going from China direct. Same thing about Thailand, Malaysia. Now, who's losing in this deal? Switzerland, Japan, Netherlands, South Korea, Germany, the EU, France, Singapore, Italy, most of all, the United Kingdom. Do you notice that that list of everybody who is being hurt by the change in the Supreme Court versus who's being helped, every single nation that is now being hurt by the change is every one of the allies of the United States. They weren't all hurting like this before. Now they are. This is hurt our allies, hurt our closest trading partners, while benefiting a country that wants to enslave the United States, China. That's bad. Going on throughout the story, let's see. There's another part of this. As they say, the biggest loser from the new global flat rate is the United Kingdom, which had secured a 10% tariff on many goods, but will now see a 2.1 percentage point increase in the average tariff rate. That's not good. That is not good for America or our allies. And if everyone goes, but we don't need tariffs, then why do 150 countries around the world have tariffs on U.S. products? That includes China, that includes the EU, that includes all of our allies. 150 countries, virtually every country in the world, every first or second world nation easily, plus most of the third world nations, have tariffs against U.S. goods. Tariffs are a big deal, and they're meant to stimulate the local country's economy. That's why every country has tariffs, and the United States should have them too. The question is how much, but that's a decision for the executive branch based on their policies, based on their projections of how to protect national security, the economy, the quality of life. That's something that, well, the Supreme Court got wrong, I think. And I'm not the only one who thinks that the Supreme Court got this wrong. I will point you to, and I will show you, here it is. This is, bingo, bango, bang. This is the actual lawsuit. This is the Supreme Court. This is from Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who is part of the dissent. He disagreed with 6 of the Supreme Court justices. And he agreed with Justice Kavanaugh, who also believed that this was a bad ruling by the Supreme Court. 2 of the 3. Alito was the 3rd Supreme Court justice who was against ending the tariff structure we had in 2025. And throughout this, Justice Thomas continues to say the same thing that I have said, which is this is solely part of the powers of the government, of the president, the executive branch, as described in the Constitution. It is foreign policy, not just economic policy, but it is military might. It is future-proofing the nation. This is fully in the scope of the executive branch. It is never meant to have been in the legislative branch. That would be Congress. It was never meant for them. So, and in saying that this is something that belongs to Congress instead of the president, we are setting up a brand new precedent that did not exist before. Because before Donald Trump, president after president after president has been, drop my medicine again, hold on. President after president has been allowed to influence the actual rate of the threw myself off for a second. The blah 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 import taxes, the tariffs. That's the word I was looking for. The tariffs. So this is important, I think. The Supreme Court Justice Thomas Clarence, I tend to agree with Clarence a lot. I think he's a very intelligent Supreme Court justice. I think he has a lot of experience. And I think he looks to the future a lot, as I do, on many of these policies and how they will impact America. But you don't see that a whole lot. And so instead, we're getting a lot of people from the left who are cheering and excited but they're not thinking about how this is going to affect everyone else, how this is going to affect international policy. I think that's a critical aspect of this that so few, very, very few are thinking about. So let's think about this. Donald Trump now is incapable of using tariffs to end wars. If this happened last year, India and Pakistan would have gone to war. Most people don't realize that because the mainstream media didn't really talk about all of the wars, the peace deals, and the ceasefires that were incited and created and were in part because of the Trump administration. 8 times he was able to create peace, a peace deal, a ceasefire around the world. And of those cases, about 5 of them were with the use of tariffs. And if we did not have that ability, most of those 5, I'd say all of those 5, would not have stopped going to war. Cambodia and Thailand were both influenced to go to the negotiation table because of tariffs that Donald Trump was going to impose to increase the tariffs on those nations unless they decided to talk about peace. Now, is that the perfect way to get peace in the world? It is not. But it's a lot better than actually having to send troops over. It is a lot better than the United States having to print more money, which is inflationary, and to try and bribe the countries into having peace talks, which would make more inflation for the United States and make the American people more poor overall. Instead of doing that, he was able to use the economic value of those tariffs and use that. It's no longer in the toolbox. It's no longer an option. And right now, countries are trying to decide, are they going to, well, they don't know what to do. They're trying to figure out, what do they do? Do they wait for 150 days and see if they get a better deal? Do they wait to see if the Trump administration is able to find a law similar to the IEEEP and able to go back to the old structure? Most countries around the world have said the deals that they made based on the tariff levels of 2025, they're going to keep those deals. Those deals are still in place. The negotiations that the United States has made to make our goods more competitive are going to stay in place, at least for now. We have 150 days, that's 5 months, to figure out how to resolve this and get back to where we were in 2025 so that we can move this nation forward for the next 10 years. Again, tariffs aren't about the next 10 days. They're about the next decade or 2. It isn't about what happens in the short term. It's about what happens in the midterm. It's about growing our ability to be self-sufficient rather than to be continuously enslaved to countries like China. That's the big thing. No one stops to talk to you about that. I do. Because I think you're intelligent enough to understand what I'm talking about. I think that if you look up the information for yourself, now that you're motivated to do so, now that you understand what's really at risk, I think you would come to a very different conclusion than what CNN and MS Now and the other left-leaning news media want you to believe, what the bots are trying to sell you. You have a very different impression because it isn't about greed. That is the last thing in the universe this is all about. There's a lot easier ways for a company to be greedy, whether they're Trump's or any other business. There's a lot easier ways to do that. But no one wants to tell you this. No one wants to have this conversation because the left can't explain this to you. They can't tell you that they have a better plan. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, AOC, you take your name, Adam Schiff, they don't have a better plan for the future of America. In fact, they have no plan for the future of America. Talk to Gavin Newsom, look at Gretchen Whitmer, J.B. Pritzker, Josh Shapiro, the top names running that plan to be running for the 2028 presidential run. Not one of them have a plan for the next 10 years in America. They have no plan for the future. They have a plan for the next election. And we already saw what happens when America has a president that is only looking to win the next election, not the economy, not national security, nothing else, the quality of life. They're not worried about that. That was Joe Biden. And he was only concerned with his political party winning the next election. That's everything that all of his policies come down to a nutshell of do Democrats win the next election? And that's all he cared about. And that's all he did. And that did not help America. That's why we had 22% inflation at the peak and an average amount of inflation of 17% under Joe Biden. What has been the average inflation under Donald Trump right now? 3%. Some would say 3.5. The normal amount of inflation in America is 2 to 2.5% on any given year. That's considered a normal amount of inflation. Under Trump, it's about 3 to 3.5. Let's call it a point more inflation than what is normal, whereas you had under the Biden administration an average of 15 points, 15% more inflation on any given day than what is considered normal. That is the difference between having a plan for the future and having a plan for the next election. There is a massive difference, and you feel it in your pocket. But we're not supposed to talk about that. People aren't supposed to think about that. It's too difficult to understand. No, it's not. You do. I don't think there's anyone who's been listening to what I've been saying for the last, 15, 20 minutes. There's nobody who didn't understand me. You may not agree with the conclusion that I have made. You may not agree with the premise of the question, but it's not that you didn't understand what I said. It's not that you didn't understand what my conclusions are. You may feel different. You may believe different. You may have different sources that you want to focus on that'll lead you to a different direction. That's fine. But it's not that you can't understand it. And that's what the news media is believing. That's what the Democrats believe right now, the leadership, that you don't understand. And at least they want you to feel like you don't understand, that if you paid attention, you wouldn't be able to get it. Yes, you can. If you can buy groceries, if you can work a job, if you can balance your checkbook, you will understand it. It isn't that hard to figure out. But that's me. That's me. And I truly believe Trump is looking at the next 10 years, if not 20 years, into America's future rather than the next election. And I don't see anything that the Democratic Party is putting out that goes further than the next election. They have no idea what to do. They just know Orange Man bad, give us back power. That's all they know. And that has been their policies for more than the last 5-6 years. I don't know, maybe people disagree with me. It's possible. It's possible. I don't think you should, but maybe you do. All right, let me jump a little bit here. And if anyone has any questions or you want to tell me, Mike, you just don't understand or you have a different opinion, let me know. I'm happy to hear your voice. You see that we're hearing a whole lot from Shelly. Shelly's telling me where she's at all the time. You can too. You can go on to X, you can go on to Rumble or YouTube. You can tell me what you think as well. I'm happy to hear your voice. By the way, you can also do super chats. You can do RumbleRants. I'd appreciate that. Anything that help me to get the bills paid, I would appreciate entirely. So let me go forward. In the United Kingdom, obviously, we've been talking a bit about what is Russia doing with the $14 trillion bribe to the United States to release the sanctions, which would ultimately mean that Russia wins the entire war against Ukraine. There is no peace deal. Russia just wins. So as that's happening, we now hear that the former United Kingdom president, the English Prime Minister Boris Johnson. This is going back a few years. This is about 3 prime ministers ago. Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, That's Keir Starmer. That's the current one. So that's before Liz Truss. And Boris Johnson says that he's calling on allies to send non-combat troops to the Ukraine. And I laughed. When I saw this, I laughed because that's meaningless. It is useless. The reality is Ukraine right now needs troops, fighting troops, to just sustain where they are. They are in a war of attrition. And every day that this war goes on, Ukraine is losing more resources, money, and people than Russia is. And Ukraine has no way of rebuilding that. They can't get back the people they've lost. And they have a far, far, far smaller population than Russia does. That's a fact. And they have far less resources than Russia does. That's a fact. So this is a war of attrition. So if we were to take Boris Johnson at his word, at his idea, on its face value, then you would see the England, Germany, France, they would send troops into the Ukraine who would stand on the sidelines and do nothing. What are they going to do? Build a building? You can't. If you build the building, it will be blown up. That's just a fact. You want to build a bridge? They'll blow it up. You want to build a new power plant? It will be taken over because there's an active war going on. Non-combat troops are useless. They're worse than useless. They're in the way. They are demoralizing. Imagine that these troops from England, from Germany, from France were to go into the Ukraine. Where can they go? What can they do? Now, it is Boris Johnson is saying, well, it's meant to be symbolic. It is meant to make a point that they are willing to be involved, that they're willing to be in this fight, as they have said. But without the United States, without actual combat, it's useless. It doesn't mean anything. And Boris Johnson is fully aware that without the United States backing this, none of this happens. None of this matters. If the United States isn't there with our supplies on day one, doesn't matter how many troops England would send, although they won't send any. Neither will Germany. You see, they don't have an army that can be split up and sent in, even on a peacekeeping nature. They don't have enough troops. Remember when Europe decided that they were going to send troops to Greenland to make a symbolic stand against the United States? All of Europe and England combined, and I believe Canada as well, wound up having 30 troops. America already has 200. We have 200 members of the United States military on a base in Greenland right now. And the entire European Union combined, plus the United Kingdom, were able to send in 30 troops for a week. After a week, European nations started sending all their troops back. They were only able to maintain 30 soldiers on Greenland soil for a week before they had to be recalled. Do you think Russia is taking anything that Boris Johnson as serious? You're going to put troops who are non-combatants into the Ukraine. And what is that going to achieve? How is that going to end the war? What message is that sending to Russia? That you're going to stand by and watch the Russians kill the Ukrainians and destroy the infrastructure and do nothing. All this is said is that England, like the European Union, have delusions of grandeur. And I want to be very clear for my friends overseas. I'm talking about your leadership. This is a delusion that we're back in the 1800s and that England and Germany and France and Italy, that you guys are superpowers of the world, that you get to control and dictate how the world operates. That hasn't been true since the 1900s. Since the 1900s, that's never been true. And it continues to not be true. You're going to send in troops. What? You're going to send in 15 from England, 20 from France, 30 from Germany? That's not going to stop Russia. That's not going to tip the war. That's not going to protect anyone or anything. And if you think that Russia wouldn't drop a bomb on a bunch of Brits standing in the Ukraine, you're out of your mind. They will blow up the bar where the NATO troops are. They'll blow up the bar where the German troops are because they don't care. And they know if you can only send in 15 people, what's most likely going to happen is that the people in England, the people in the European Union are going to say, I'm not going to fight that war. We shouldn't have sent the troops in the first place. And Russia will win. It's one of the reasons why Joe Biden wouldn't send any U.S. troops into the Ukraine, why NATO has not sent any troops into the Ukraine, because NATO troops are 70% American troops anyway. Why are they not sending them in? Because they know that each and every one of the countries involved, if those troops, U.S. soldiers or NATO, were to die, the government that sent them into that dangerous zone, that hot zone, would be blamed for the death of those things. Russia would kill them, yes, but Russia's going to say, we're at war. What did you expect? You brought in troops into a war zone and you didn't give them the ability to stay alive. You didn't give them the weapons to fight back. And we didn't have, and Russia will say, they didn't have the time or energy to try and figure out if these troops were good guys, bad guys, neutral, whatever. They just saw troops. They bombed them with the drone. They don't care. It's a war zone. Why are you there if you're not fighting one side or the other? And that will turn back. And Joe Biden and the Harris administration knew for a fact that if we put U.S. troops in there, the most likely result from the left, from Democrats themselves, if any of those troops got harmed, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Democrats would be blamed for it. Why did you put the troops there? This isn't an American fight. Why are we on Ukrainian soil fighting? Now, it's not to say that Americans don't support Ukraine. We do. We have committed hundreds of billions of dollars to this. We have given them, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of weapons to be able to fight, and training and supplies and resupplies and repairs of those firearms and weapons to allow them to be able to maintain a slow attrition that they have right now. The question is not, do we support Ukraine? We obviously do, more than any other country. The thing is that the rest of the world is relying on us to take care of it for them. And even in their comment that, we'll put in a peacekeeping force. One, you can't, it's ineffective until there is peace. And there isn't one. So that your peacekeeping force is useless. Even as a symbol, it is useless. Second thing, they'll get killed. And you're going to get blamed. Boris Johnson, you will be blamed for every single Englishman that goes and is sent over to the Ukraine for peacekeeping purposes and gets blown up by a drone. You're going to be the one who's going to get blamed. Russia's already being blamed. Russia's already the bad guy for starting the war in the first place. They're the bad guy because they've continued to have this war, because they're not willing to get to the negotiating table, because every day they fight, they win more than they lose. So Russia doesn't care. And if you say, well, but now it's English people who are involved. And because what are you going to say? Well, we're NATO troops. You went in to a foreign country. This isn't defending NATO. NATO is, if the Russians accidentally bombed Poland, or if they attacked Germany, then there would be an argument about, this is about NATO. But if you send your troops voluntarily on your own, unilaterally, into Ukraine, That has nothing to do with NATO. NATO would not be activated. Russia knows that. I know that. Everybody knows that. So it wouldn't be the argument of, well, NATO will protect me. No, they won't. NATO will not, nor will the United States. You sent your people into that war zone on your own. We didn't do it. Has nothing to do with us. But you're going to see the left send this out and say, see, but we have a solution. We have a solution, and it doesn't, and it's going around Orange Man bad. No, it is dependent on a strong American president and a strong American military. And under weak presidents, like under Obama, like under Biden, the American military shrinks, partially because Obama and Biden were cutting the military, but also because we have less recruitment, which we saw almost everyone except the Marines were, for 4 years under Biden, all of them missed their targets because they were trying to be a soft, cuddly, warm U.S. military when what we need is a bunch of killers. We need a bunch, and be honest about it. That's what the Marines are for. That's what military is for. They're not there to be nice and soft and cuddly and fun and, my two moms. No, you're there to kill somebody. That's what the military is for. You kill people for your country. That's the whole point. Not to be warm and cuddly, not to be warm and fuzzy. And no one is afraid of a bunch of, I'm trying to think of nice ways to say it, but a bunch of warm, fuzzy people who are like, oh, well, I'll give you a hug. No, no one cares. No one's afraid. They'll shoot you down. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm misunderstanding some aspect of this, but this is now the new direction. They're trying, essentially, what Boris Johnson is trying to do is to guilt Europe into sending troops from France, from Germany, from Italy into the Ukraine, and hoping that when those troops die, that the people of the United Kingdom, the people throughout the EU, and most importantly, the American people will feel so bad for them that we will be so angry that we will then jump into the war feet first with all of our weapons and fight against Russia. It will never happen. That is what the ultimate goal of seeing something like this. When you see this, this is meant to goad and to trick America to jump into a fighting war. Do not take the bait. I tell you right now, Europe will not put in peacekeeping troops until after the United States, after Donald Trump was able to get a peace deal or ceasefire. They will not put any troops in. Nor will England do so, because they all know that it will not work. They cannot achieve the goal without the United States. They don't have the capability. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the willpower. They don't have the political power to make that happen. And if they do, they know that those troops will be killed. They will be sacrifices. And those sacrifices are meant to try and gin up America into saying, that was so mean, that was so evil, we're going to go in and fix this now. We're going to resolve this now. And it's never going to happen, because the United States will say, you did that on your own. You volunteered. That's your fault. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with this conflict. We will not put troops in. If anyone thinks I'm wrong, if you think that, no, if the United Kingdom sent in 15 troops, because this is what we're talking about. They're not going to send in 5,000. They're not sending in 15,000. We're talking about a couple dozen at the most. They're going to send in 15 troops into the Ukraine, peacekeepers who are non-combatants. They're going to die. Russia's going to blow them off of the face of the earth. And do you think when that happens, will the people of America go, oh my God, they just blew up 15 British troops. We better send over the Air Force. Let's go send the Marines in. Send in the 1st Battalion. Are you kidding? Are you serious? 2nd Battalion, whatever. You think they're going to send them in? No, they're not. No, they're not. That's not going to happen. And when England says, no, but it's NATO, we're going to say, no, that wasn't about NATO. That was on Ukrainian soil. You voluntarily went there. Has nothing to do with NATO. We're not going. We're not going. And the American people will say, that's right, we're not going. You're not going to convince the American people to send in troops. The Marines are not showing up. They're not going into the Ukraine. Doesn't matter, 15, 100 British troops, 100 German troops, 100 French troops. No one cares. No one cares. If anyone disagrees with me, let me know. I'm happy to hear your voices. I'm happy to hear you say, no, Mike, but America's going to care. No, we're not. No, we're not. But I'd like to hear your argument why you think that's the case. Because that's what Boris Johnson is counting on. He's praying for that. It's not going to happen. Speaking of funny, dumb people overseas, talking about things that are idiotic, you may have had some trouble. AOC, like we were talking about last week, was over in Munich. She embarrassed the living hell out of herself. She confirmed that she should not be a senator, nor should she be a presidential candidate. And I don't even know why she's a member of Congress still. She's an absolute idiot. She knows nothing about foreign policy. Nothing. Not only do I tower over AOC on foreign policy, so does everybody. She has no concept of what she's talking about, and she blathered on and embarrassed herself internationally. So much so that even if she were to be elected to the Senate, and God forbid she somehow were able to win the presidency, every nation would laugh in her face. I truly believe that China and Russia and Iran, and North Korea, Cuba, they're all going to try and back AOC. They want AOC to be a senator. More importantly, they want AOC to be president. They're going to find ways to donate money to her, and they're going to try and put on an online ad campaign very stealthily. They'll buy their bots, they'll put up their spots, and they will say, you've got to have AOC. She's got to be on the ticket because she's weak as hell and knows nothing. And they will be able to do everything they wanted. It will be better than having Biden-Kamala Harris. It will be better than the Biden-Harris administration. That's how uninformed AOC is, and they want her. And that should be reason enough for you to say, no, we don't. That should be reason enough. But I find it interesting that if you look through the news, trying to find left-leaning news that talked about AOC and honestly critiqued her on her ability there, you will not find the New York Times kind of, but overall, everyone is talking about AOC. They really, really tried to make this as nice as possible when talking about her. I thought it was very interesting because she's out of her mind. There is no nice way of talking about AOC in Munich. She knows nothing, and she is proof that the left, they just want power for power's sake. They have no idea what they're talking about. And it would be an abject failure for American politics to allow AOC to become senator or president. That's my belief. If you think I'm wrong, please tell me why she's smarter than a box of rocks. Please, I'd love to see it. All right, let me see. We got a comment here, and this is from Joel. Joel says, pre-Biden, we were headed towards normalized relations with Russia. Kinda. Trade and travel between the U.S. and Russia was a possibility. Well, trade and travel have been happening with Russia since the 1990s. I know because I was there. I was part of that softening of the old Soviet Union back in 1991, where, again, travel and trade were allowed. Now, there was severe limitations on travel and trade. It was very difficult to do business importing goods into Russia. Very, very difficult. There was a lot of paperwork and greasing palms, a lot of corruption that you had to deal with to get goods into Russia. And The same thing on getting goods out of Russia. Import-export was very difficult at that time. And also, you couldn't have your people there for extended periods of time. I think I've mentioned before that when I was in the Soviet Union, I had been there. I got a visa, not for business, for travel, to be in the Soviet Union. And during that time there, I had to get, I think it was 6 or maybe 9 extensions of my visa. It was an abnormal amount of times. We were bribing people to extend my visa to stay in the Soviet Union in 91, 92. Literally, we're bribing them. And I almost wasn't allowed to leave the Soviet Union because of that. And that was a problem in and of itself. But that being said, there was trade and there was travel, but that didn't mean that our relations, international relations, were better in the 1990s than they were in the 2020s. I don't believe that's the case. I think we've always had since the Cold War, since after World War II, we've had them at arm's distance always. Sometimes twice arm's distance, but at least arm's distance. And I don't think that really changed much. Biden just allowed, because Biden was weak, he just allowed Russia to say, now they can assert themselves. They can go on a conquest, and Biden wasn't going to be able to stop them. And he didn't. And they were right. They made the right calculation. Biden was weak, weaker than even Obama. They could get even more than what they got from Obama. Obama gave the Russians the Crimea. Biden allowed Russia to actually invade Ukraine proper and take over the eastern portion, the southern portion of the Ukraine, which is exactly what Russia wanted. That's just the case there. Yeah. No. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Snow's piling up, folks. So that being said, let me go on. Thank you, Joel, for your comment. You may disagree with me, Joel. I'm happy to hear why you think that before Biden, after the 1990s, after the Soviet Union fell, up until Joe Biden, how did you see America doing more with Russia or doing better in terms of our relations with Russia? I don't see that. I see it being consistent. I see it being very straight line. We didn't really change policies or positions with Russia up until, and that's not exactly correct, because Obama, we did see that Obama did fold. So there is a difference there, but not significant, not a beneficial way for anyone. That being said, let me also move on to, I don't have a lot to say about AOC. Like I said it all pretty much last week. There's nothing else. She's come out and said, no, but I'm smarter than you think I am. No, you're as dumb as a box of rocks, AOC. In terms of, I would say in terms of anything, but especially international policy, AOC is as dumb as a box of rocks. And that hasn't changed. Even though she's been trying to guilt people and go, no, but she's a Latina. Who cares? She's a woman. Who cares? What's that got to do with anything? That has nothing to do with anything. And if the defense is, well, she's a woman and she's got permanent suntan, if that's your reason why AOC is great at international policy, you know nothing about international policy. Let me go on. Here's the problem. Here's one of the big problems that we have all been facing for quite some time now. And I want you to see this. Okay. Here's one of the biggest problems facing the United States at this time. Internal. Forget about all the external stuff. Forget about Russia for a minute. Forget about China. Forget about the tariffs and the trades. Looking at America itself, let's see one of the biggest problems we have to deal with. And what is that? The left. This is from Olivia Jensen. This is her post. This is what she had to say. I want you to see this for a second.
This isn't where I live. That's fine, but this isn't where I live.
Now, to give you some context on this, Olivia is following ICE agents. That's an ICE vehicle that's being used. These are ICE agents who are going out, and they're part of the mass deportation that Donald Trump was elected to do, to remove illegal aliens, all illegal aliens, out of the United States. Whether you agree with that or not is immaterial. That's what they are doing. That is their job. That is lawful. That is their lawful purpose. She is following them. Fine. That is kind of lawful, depending on what she does after that. But at the moment, she's just following them. These officers have pulled over, they stopped, and they are checking her identity to see what she's up to. Because, as we have seen, many of these members of the left are violent, and they are nefarious. They ram ICE vehicles on a regular basis. They try to harm members of ICE and the Border Patrol. They've attempted to kill them before. So this is all perfectly logical what's happening. ICE is doing their job. They're now checking on this woman to find out who she is. She is doing what she is allowed to do by law, to follow them. Okay, we're all set. So now they're coming back with their report on her, and they're having a conversation.
Parents still pay all your bills?
No.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
If my parents paid all my bills,
We just want to make sure you got home.
this isn't where I live.
It's okay, Olivia. We appreciate it.
You can go talk to them. This isn't where I live.
So if this is not where your vehicle's registered, you might want to look that up with their state.
It is, buddy. My address is correct on my ID and where my car is registered.
So, as you can see, they don't like each other. The ICE agents, Olivia, they don't like each other. That's not required for ICE to do their job, for Border Patrol to do their job. It isn't required that anyone has to like them. You just have to not impede them. Olivia is being kind of pleasant to her. At least he's being dismissive of her. And he's like, okay, you go and do whatever you do. You're out of your mind. Fine. And she's being indignant. She's trying to escalate the conflict right now. She's trying to get ICE to react because she has a video of them going. So she's trying to get them to do something so she can become famous. Let's see what else happens with Olivia here.
Okay.
Good try, though.
All right. Thanks, Olivia.
Do you feel strong?
Did you see? They walked away. Okay, whatever you say, Olivia, bye. And they're going back to their vehicle. They're going back onto what they're doing. Olivia is now going to try and to instigate a situation. She's trying to motivate this so she can get a 5-second clip of ICE reacting to her without showing that they are reacting to her. They are trying to manipulate. Olivia is trying to manipulate the situation so that she can be insta-famous for being on the right side of history and the wrong side of the grave, just like Alex Pretty, just like Renee Good. This is what she's trying to do. This is what she was trained to do by agents of the left, to do exactly this. So she's going to bring these officers back. Now that the incident is over, she's going to try and bring them back so she can justify that they are evil. Watch.
Wrong or what?
We're good. Have a great day, okay?
I'll keep following you, okay?
Oh, no, she doesn't care. It's all right. No, come on. She doesn't care? She doesn't care. They never do.
How does it feel to be a race traitor?
We were trying to get a child molester, right?
No, you weren't.
Yes, we were.
How would you know?
Now, that's the interesting part. So she did instigate this. She did cause one of the officers to come over, and he's like, look, you don't get it. And you heard them say, she doesn't get it. She's out of her mind. She's political. But one of the officers had to come over and try and explain to her, do you know what we're doing? Do you actually really know? The idea is mass deportation. Do you know who we're after? And so he informs her, they're after a child molester. That the actual individual they were trying to track down is someone that abuses children. And she's like, no, you didn't. How would you know what their orders were? This officer is offering you what his reason, what their purpose was at this moment in this incident. Not saying across the country, in this incident. And he's like, we are here to stop a child molester. And you are trying to impede us from stopping that child molester. And she's like, no, that's not what you're here to do. How would you know? You don't work for ICE. You weren't in their mission briefing. How can you say they weren't doing something that they're telling you explicitly that's what they're doing? You haven't done any research. You haven't talked to anyone that they were talking to, because she's leftist, because she's on the right side of history, and because her superiors, her betters have told her, well, ICE is evil, so they can't do anything good. They can't be protecting people. They have to, any of the illegal aliens have to stay in America. Even if they're a child molester, they have a right. They have to be here in America. And these guys, ICE, are bad guys. They wouldn't go after child molesters, even though they're telling you to your face that's what they did. They're telling you, and by the way, this is being recorded, which means that people can track this down. If they weren't doing this, this could go to a court of law to find out what they really were doing. And they know it. But let's see how else she reacts, because the other guy, the second officer, this is Border Patrol, comes over and says, how do you know we aren't doing our job? How can you know we're not doing our job? How dare you say something like that? Let's see how the left deals with this.
Because it was a woman you talked to.
His wife.
And then his plate came back as
Also,
murder.
I just want to say.
Okay, so not only are they after a guy because of child molestation, and they're talking to the guy's wife, the illegal alien that they're after. They're talking to his wife, not deporting his wife, but talking to his wife to find out where this suspect is, a suspect for child molestation. And they ran the plates on the vehicle to see if there were any warrants. Maybe he got picked up by the local police. Maybe there's some kind of clue about where this guy could be so that they can get him because he's a child molester. And they find out that there's a charge of murder, homicide, against this same suspect. So this guy's possibly a murderer, and it seems to be a child molester, and they're trying to find this guy. And she's saying, no, I have to stop you from deporting this illegal alien because you're the bad guys. And that guy, he couldn't have been a child molester. He couldn't have been a murderer because she said so, because she has a feeling, because she believes that ICE are evil. She has no proof. She's done no research. She knows nothing. But she's going to take the side of what they are presenting as a child molester and murderer rather than anything else. So let's hear this.
Calling someone a race traitor?
But you guys don't care.
I hope you realize that is the most racist thing you can say as a white woman.
Of course.
And
oh, so her hypocrisy is apparent to her. She knows. She's like, yeah, of course it is. She's perfectly fine being a hypocrite and not being intelligent enough to understand the situation she is in at this moment, to see how she is hurting the safety of American citizens and children. It's beyond her. It went right over her head. She doesn't care because she doesn't like ICE. She has a feeling. More Americans should be seeing this than just my audience right now. Let's see.
So you know, this isn't a good look for you.
You think I care about my look?
No, no, trust me.
When you guys
it is evident by how you look, you don't care.
Okay, I like that. That was funny. Okay, you got to give it to him. That was funny. No. I see how you look. I know you're not worried about your looks because you ain't pretty. I get that. But think about what's happening here.
Get that, trust me. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying this, trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
No, I don't care because
that's it right there. So he made it very clear. If you care, if this is all about making sure Americans, people in America are safe, you'd want this guy to catch someone who raped a child. You'd want him to go after the potential murderer. You would want that. The left doesn't care about any of that because, oh, I have a feeling you're the bad guy. And so no matter what you do, you're still the bad guy. And she's like, I don't care. She doesn't care about the children. She doesn't care about the murder. She doesn't care about what will make the community safer. It's not even her community. She doesn't care about the people in that community. She doesn't live there. She's not thinking about any of them. She's thinking about herself. She's thinking about her feelings. And her feelings say that these guys are bad. And so therefore, she should interfere. She should stop them. Do you realize how insane this is? These are the same people that tell you that, no, AOC did fantastic in Munich. She didn't embarrass herself. She should be president because feelings. They're the same people that say, well, we should just go into the Ukraine and drop American troops so that they can get killed, so America can be in a fighting war. These are the same people that say we have to fight against Israel, that we have to take the side of Hamas, a group of terrorists that killed 34 Americans, captured 22, and tortured them for 582 days, killing 17 of the 22. These are the people that are saying that they need to take all of your money to spend it on all of their ideas. Not their own money, yours. This is the ideology of the left. This is what's being trained into your kids every day in high school and in college. This is what's happening in America. And she knows. It wasn't like he was speaking too fast. It's not like he was playing a word game with her. She understood everything he's saying. And her answer is, no, I don't care.
You guys try. You just try to detain legal immigrants. None of you actually give a shit.
Really?
If you were here to get illegal, violent immigrants off the street, that would be fine. That's not what you're doing.
It's not. No, hold on. It's okay. She
You
said
need to
it's
back
not.
up.
It's not.
It's not what you're doing.
Just so you know, if you were to spray that, you would be arrested.
That's fine.
Okay.
Don't come close to
Well,
me.
we're gonna tell you this. Stop following us.
No, it's not illegal.
So you don't want us to come close to you, but you keep riding our tail.
I have given you plenty of distance the entire time.
Okay, just so you know, if you do impede, I want you to hear this.
Me following you is not impeding. I'm well aware of my rights, buddy.
If you impede, you will be arrested.
I have not impeded.
I'm just letting you know.
What are you looking for, you fucking weirdo?
She put that in OC? It's right?
Yeah, she did. But
What are you looking for, you fucking weirdo?
So I wanted to share that with you because not enough people are seeing this. Not enough politicians, not enough people are acting on this. This is what the left is about. They don't care about you. They do not care about you. It's like Zoran Mamdani. He does not care about the homeless. That's why 18 homeless people froze to death. More people died under the first month of Zoran Mamdani than die in an entire year in New York City under any Republican or Democrat mayor. Because Zoran doesn't care. He's just like this woman. They don't care. AOC, she doesn't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about the issues. They care about power. They care about virtue signaling. And they're willing to tell you to your face if you just listen to them. And it's really, really terrifying to me. Look, let's think about this one. In California, they were saying, virtue signal. Well, ICE, the members of ICE, the members of the Border Patrol, they're wearing a mask hiding their face. Well, that's got to be illegal. No, it's not. And they got to be the bad guys because they're hiding their face. Meanwhile, every time, and even with them hiding their face, and every time that they don't have their face hidden, we see that these same leftists that don't care about your community, they don't care about arresting someone who's potentially harming children, that these people will go and take that face and facial recognition, and they will attack and threaten the family of ICE members. When they found out, or they believed they found out, that there was a pastor who was also a member of ICE, they got Don Lemon to join up with them, and they live streamed them walking into a church on a Sunday in the middle of services as people were praying to their God, and they decided that the First Amendment didn't apply to all those other people because they didn't feel like they deserved the First Amendment. They didn't feel like those people were worthy, and they decided to intimidate those people in a church while they were praying to God, because they didn't like the pastor and they didn't like what he did, that he worked with ICE. They didn't like that. And that's more important than the First Amendment. They don't care about you. They care about their power. They care about their ability to do whatever they want. They'll go into your church and they will spit in your face. And you can't do anything about it, because if you do something, well, now you're the bad guy. You're being violent. You just walked into my church. You're attacking my pastor. You're screaming at me and my kids and my family. I'm trying to pray to God. I'm trying to pray to God to have the patience to not knock you out. And Don Lemon's there. Oh, look, I'm going to get paid so much money. I'm going to get so many views. And he thought he was impervious. Thank God he got arrested. Thank God he's going to go to a trial, and I think he's going to lose. I think he should absolutely lose, because he violated the First Amendment rights and knew he was going to be doing that. Knew for a fact that these guys were going to go in and violate people's First Amendment rights, because they don't care. Whether it's this woman that I just showed you, whether it's Don Lemon, whether it's in California. Why does ICE wear a mask? Because if they don't, the same leftists, the same people who don't care about anyone, only care about their feelings, will go threaten their children. And so it's not illegal for them to wear that. And what did they see? A judge in California said, Gavin Newsom deciding to virtue signal, said, no, it's illegal. You've got to show your face. No, they don't. No, they don't. And a judge in California, no, they don't. That is perfectly fine. And they're doing their job. We have a record of their badges, of their names, of their locations, and the times. And we have body cams on many of them. So yeah, no, you don't. You don't need to see their face. I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second, Joel. But like I said, they don't care about you. Here it is, Mamdani. Mamdani is going to cut the New York police budget. By the way, I had to use Fox News here because no left-leaning media would address this. Not one left-leaning media source would actually cover this story. I looked, couldn't find a single article about this. The only one who's talking about it was the right. So with no other choice, I went to Fox News. I almost never, this is like 0.01% of the time that you will ever see me use a source that is Fox News. I don't use them. But here it is. Mamdani is proposing to cut in the New York budget. He's going to cut 5,000 officers. This is Mamdani, who promised you in 2024, he promised on the campaign trail that he was not trying to defund the police, that he wasn't going to reduce the number of police. He promised American people that. He went on TV station after TV station, interview after interview. No, I'm not. I know I said, Mamdani is saying, he knows that he said that he would want to defund all the police back in 2020, 2021. He was trying to defund all of them. And that he was trying to reduce the number of officers in New York City and New York State all through 2021, 2022. He was trying to get rid of them. But now, when he ran for mayor, no, that's not the case. Here it is. It's the first month of Mamdani, and he's trying to get rid of, and he's threatening to get rid of 5,000 officers. 5,000. New York City normally has about 43,000 police officers. Now, that may sound like a huge number to someone who lives in a town of 40,000 people, but in New York City, a city of 8.5 million people, 45,000 police officers isn't a whole lot. That's not a large number. But Zoran Mamdani, and we're under that right now. Right now, we're at about 38,000 police officers. We have less than what is considered the minimum to maintain law and order in New York City. And we're seeing the result of that in the number of murders, in the number of crimes overall. But what's worse than that is now Zohran Mamdani wants that number to go down to 33,000. That's 10,000 less than normal. Remember, under Eric Adams, with the backing of Kathy Hochul, we had so few police officers that we had to activate state police officers and the National Guard and send them into the subway to protect people in New York City from the crimes in the subway. That's how bad it is. And that's with 5,000 more officers than Mamdani is willing to have. Mamdani wants to have 5,000 less officers. And we already had to activate the National Guard to go into the subway. Think about that. And he wants less police. He wants more social workers. How is a social worker going to stop gangs, stone cold criminals, drug addicts? Social workers are not equipped to be able to handle that. They can't do it. And Mamdani's doing it and going, well, if you don't tax the rich, I'm just going to drop the number of officers. I'm going to make New York City even more dangerous than we have seen in the past. He's going to endanger more people's lives because he feels like he should tax people more. And if you won't do what he says, if you don't have the same feeling as him, well, then it's your problem. And you know what? Good luck on the subway. Good luck going home. Good luck being a woman in New York City by yourself. That's what Zohran Mamdani is saying. The left-leaning media don't want to mention that because they don't want you to think, 5,000 less police, how many women are going to be more assaulted? How many more crimes are going to happen in this city? Because every criminal out there, every gang out there, every cartel is looking at this and going, 5,000 less police. They can't stop me. They can't stop the crimes. They can't stop the gangs. They can't stop the drug dealing or the human trafficking. They can't stop it. And they know it. Let me go into something else about Zohran Mamdani. This is how much Zohran Mamdani does not care. And I do see your comments, Joel. I'm going to get to them. I am. But look at this. Mamdani is blasted for requiring, the ID. Before I get to the ID thing, let me go to comments from Joel. And Joel says, and I'm happy to hear any comments from anyone. Joel says, reading comments on social media, these people are completely convinced ICE is deporting American citizens if they happen to be black or brown. We have heard this lie for a year. It isn't happening. It's not true. Even, I know, Kathy Hochul. I had to debunk Kathy Hochul on Martin Luther King's birthday, speaking in a black church in Harlem, talking about how ICE went into a factory in Clay, New York, and they were separating people by black and brown skin. That is a lie. We know this is a lie. I showed you the evidence that it is a lie. We have the actual body cam evidence from Syracuse.com that showed us exactly what they were doing. And Kathy Hochul knew that. That was from November 2025. And she knew every word she said to the black parishioners in a black church in Harlem on Martin Luther King's birthday. She knew for a fact she was lying out her mouth. She was lying both sides of her mouth. They don't care. They don't care. Joe says, Kathy Hochul made a snow shoveling tutorial if you plan on shoveling snow from Mamdani tomorrow. That's insane to me. That is insane. First of all, Kathy Hochul, she can't lift I don't believe she could take one shovel of snow and throw it anywhere. She's too small, too skinny, too old. I don't think she could do it herself to start with. But then she's trying to get this done for Mamdani, and I think that is also a horrible lie and waste of money. It's a waste of money. Let's get into this. In fact, I was just about to come to that anyway, Joel, so thank you. So let's talk about Mamdani, who wants to have the snow removal. So, Mamdani, we know from, and I what was it, 3 weeks ago, that there was a snowstorm, 10 inches of snow in New York City, and it took the Mayor Mamdani and his administration 2.5 weeks to get rid of the snow. Most of that was because we were waiting for the weather to warm up. It snowed, and in the first week, they didn't remove the snow. They moved it around a little bit. They were behind on everything they were doing. This was just a problem. And it was one of the worst snow removals of a mayor in a decade. And Mamdani completely screwed up. That is acknowledged. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not an opinion. It has nothing to do with politics. It's just a fact. He is inefficient. He is ineffective. And we saw that with the snow removal of a 10-inch snowfall, which is not uncommon in New York City. That isn't some massive blizzard, some unique storm, some unimaginable amount of snow. That's not the case. That's a lie if anyone told you that. We normally get 8 to 10 inches of snow, 8 to 12 inches of snow anytime it snows in New York City. That's a fact. Documented. You can look it up. So there's that. Now we're expecting to get approximately 13 inches of snow, which is only a little bit more than what we got the last time. And Mamdani knows he's inefficient. I don't know why. He's incapable of making sure the snow is going to be removed. Like every other mayor, Republican or Democrat, every other mayor has been able to handle snowstorms in New York on a regular basis. It's old hat. We have the ice, we have the plows, we have the capabilities, and Mamdani didn't give the orders to make that happen properly. Everyone else has. Everyone else has. So, knowing that he's inefficient, that he's incapable of doing the job, now Zohran Mamdani is asking residents of New York City to do his job for him. I want you to think about that. He wants you to go out and shovel snow that the city is getting paid for. Your taxes are paying for the city to remove the snow, and he wants to pay you to do their job too. This is crazy. How much money are we going to spend on this? He's going to pay people almost $19 an hour, almost $20 an hour, really. When you look at it's 19 and change, it's almost $20 an hour to shovel snow. And if they do 40 hours of shoveling snow, then they get paid $28 an hour to shovel snow. This is something that is supposed to be done by the city workers. We have a Department of Sanitation to take care of this. We're already paying incredible taxes, some of the largest taxes in the entire country, for them to do this anyway. This is their job description. And he wants regular citizens to do this instead. When we think about that, I want you to think about that. And for every single New York resident that decides to do the job that Mamdani was supposed to manage, that Mamdani is too much of a failure to get right, you need to have 5 IDs. Mind you, Mamdani believes you don't need an ID to vote. You do not need to prove who you are to vote. Like many Democrats, like all of the Democratic Socialists of America, he does not believe in voter ID. So you can just show up and say, I'm Jimmy Valenti and I want to vote. And they will give you a ballot. They'll let you vote as Jimmy Valenti because you said so. Just take your word for it. But if I show up and decide that I'm going to help Mamdani do his job for him, and yes, you will get paid, then I need to have 5 forms of ID. You have to have your, where is it? I think I have it here. Do I have it here? No. Well, you have to have multiple forms of ID. Now, I want you to think about this. If I have to have multiple forms of ID, I have to have state ID, I have to have photo ID, I have to have printouts of my image, photos printed out, your birth certificate, and he doesn't think that's important to vote, but it is important for a job. And this is one of the things that I think a lot of people said. I know I have it somewhere here. Here it is. Is this it? Mamdani is being blasted for 5 forms of ID to shovel snow. And is this the comments? 1914 per hour. 28.71 for overtime. Darn, I don't see it here. I have too many links. I have too many stories I want to. Here it is. So the defense for Mamdani is it's a paid job. Employers need to collect IDs to comply with the law. We have to verify who you are. The left thinks this is the answer. This comment has at this. God, there's been more, but she's saying it's a paid job. You're an idiot. Of course you need ID to prove who you are to get a job. Then why don't you need to prove who you are to vote? Yes, shoveling snow is not a big deal. It's not a big job. It's not that important. At the end of the day, it's really not important. But if I need ID for something that's not important, that is not going to change the world or anyone's life, why wouldn't I need ID to vote? I'm using the same logic they're using. This is the least important thing that could possibly be happening. Mamdani can't do his job, but he wants you to do it for him. He's going to pay you, but you have to prove who you are. Why not when we vote? Are you telling me that the simplest physical labor job in the world is higher importance than voting? That the requirements to do something that kids at the age of 12 used to walk around. Kids at 12, matter of fact, up until 3 years ago, I had a house in upstate New York. And every snowstorm, I'd have 4 or 5 kids who would walk past my house and they would offer to go and shovel the snow in front of my house and my driveway for like $20. That's it. Every single snowstorm. I'm in upstate New York. I'm in the southern tier. We got lots of snow, triple the amount of snow that we get in New York City. And he's saying that simple job, a job that can be done by 12-year-olds, is more important and more critical to prove who you are than voting. I want that to sink into people's minds. He would rather have ID from 12-year-olds shoveling out your car than going around and having you prove who you are when you vote. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that make sense to anyone at all? Because it makes no sense to me. And the left are indignant about this. They're like, how dare you question this? How dare you? Yes, it's simple physical labor, and that means you have to have multiple ID. But if you're going to go vote, no, you just go and, it's only the most important thing that we can possibly do. It only decides who are going to be the lawmakers in our nation. It's only the people who are going to decide everything about our future, the way our kids are going to be raised up, whether or not the quality of life is maintained in America, whether our national sovereignty is maintained. They don't care. They do not care. It is insulting and it is dangerous. Insulting and dangerous. And by the way, when I say that this is important, you may have seen this. This is a video of Chuck Schumer. And this is from 1996. And they're saying, and this is about Chuck Schumer saying, we need to have more IDs. We need to have voter ID. This is Chuck Schumer saying that in 1996. And I know a lot of people saw this and said, but is that a real video? Is that really what he said? Is there any proof? You made that with AI. So I looked it up. And this is from March 19th, 1996. This is then a member of the House. He isn't even Senate yet. This is when Chuck Schumer still had his hair and was a member of the House of Representatives. And this is his speech at the time saying that we need more ID. This is from C-SPAN. And I found the C-SPAN link as well. It's real. If you believe you want to stop fraud and immigration, you have no choice but to support ID. That's a fact. The left doesn't want you to think about that, though. They don't want you to remember these things. They don't want you to think about these things. They don't want you to think about when they're saying that, and then they turn around and say, but you don't need an ID now. You don't need, we have open borders, and that's okay, and we don't need IDs to vote. But they said in 96, absolutely you do. In fact, they were standing up in Congress and demanding that we have that. It's incredible. Yes, I know that. Hey, Con. I understand that. I understand that. So I got some family. You heard my dog. He's thinking he wants to go back outside. And so I was just discussing with family there. Yes, I'm coming. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Stop. We're not quite done with the show yet, folks. Come here. Come here. Oh. Yes, I know. I know. I love you too. I know. I love you too. Say hi to everyone. Yes. Okay. Sit here for a second. All right, folks. I know. Sorry. So, yes, my puppy needs to go outside. We're going to take him outside real quick. I need to find, I didn't expect a second break in the show. So bear with me a second. We will play, here it is. There. Real simple. Monday, I was on with Mike Tremott as part of, hang on one second. Really? So this is from last week, the Monday roundtable, the Monday opinion roundtable with Charles Guaria. And we had also with us Mike Tremott, the former vice presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party, and we were talking about some issues. I'm going to take out my dog real quick to walk him in the snow. Let's call it let's see, it's 7 now. Let's say we'll be back at 7:30. It's only about another half hour of the show, but we'll finish up the show probably by 8 o'clock. But I will step out for just a moment, and you can hear from Mike Tremott.
Michael Vasquez and Mike Tremott. So without further ado, I bring to you Michael Vasquez and Mike Tremott. Hello, guys. What's going on?
Hey, guys.
Nice
hey, Mike.
to be with you, Charles. I'm glad that you're such a big baseball fan.
Yes. All right. Then you're on tomorrow night, too, to talk baseball?
That would be terrific. I'm also glad to know that you're near Daytona Beach. It is not only arguably the world's most famous beach.
Yes.
But I don't think most Americans realize it's arguably the nicest beach in the world.
All right. All right. Well, you're winning fans over here. That's for sure.
Well, the Florida East Coast is as nice as beaches get. And I have been to a lot of beaches around the world. You know, locals think that their beaches are the cat's meow, and they just don't stand up to Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, Florida's great. Awesome place for sure. I know you lived here for a little bit, right?
Yeah, I lived in South Florida on the east side for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah,
What
I
town?
worked for the city of Hallandale. I was on the road as a
Okay.
police officer for 11 and a half years. And
Yeah.
I taught at two of the universities down there. Shout out to Barry, the Catholic school down in Miami Shores. Another great beach location, and Nova Southeastern. So yeah, I've put in my dues in South Florida.
I think do they have I think my niece is going to Nova Southeastern. I got to double check that. That's pretty wild.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not there to help her through her economics classes, but I'm sure she'll be fine.
Yeah, well, she's getting a call now that I know that. So Mike V. See, tonight, folks, I am so bad with names. The audience knows this. Michael Vasquez hears me butcher names every week. Now I'm going to be totally confused when the panel is full of Mikes.
Just call me Voss. Everyone calls me Voss.
Voss. Okay, hey Voss. I feel like I should say Mr. Voss though, because it's so much more respectful.
I like that. Okay. Whatever if it makes you happy, I'm good with it.
All right, Mr. Voss. So I know that you still got a little bit of the back issue going on there. Fill us in. How you feeling, and how is your dog?
My dog, I'm more concerned about him. He's healing. I'm healing. We're getting there.
Okay. All right. Meds are working?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. All right. Good. As long as you're making improvements every week. Yeah. So I did want to start off today. It is President's Day. And I did want to start off today with a little nod to President's Day. First off, I don't know if people know, it actually started in 1879. Federal workers got the day off with pay about 6 years later. And in 1971 is when it became a Monday-only holiday, along with a bunch of others in a particular act called the Monday Holiday Act. So I thought that was interesting news. You can see across the bottom of the news sticker this evening, there's also the passing of Robert Duvall, which we will speak with, and Michael and Mr. Voss had lunch with him, and we will definitely discuss that.
Dinner with him, actually.
Oh, you had a dinner with him. Okay, and we'll definitely discuss that. He died peacefully on Sunday, and it was announced today. We are going to stick with stories on Don Lemon and also the idea of putting security cameras in special needs classrooms in Florida. Are two topics that we're going to cover, because I don't feel that we should just do like a hit and run where we bring up a topic like mainstream media news and then they don't talk about it anymore. So there's a little movement on both and some interesting things, and those will be briefer this evening, but we definitely want to hit on those as well. But let's start with favorite presidents. And I just wanted to say the reason why Joe Hanush isn't here this evening and Mike Termott has been so kind to pinch hit for us tonight is there was an emergency Florida Libertarian committee meeting that he had to go to, so he could not make it this evening. So Mike Termott is in the house, and that name should sound familiar to you because Mr. Termott is a member of the Republican Liberty Caucus and was the 2024 Libertarian Party VP nominee. And if readers of mine know, I have written and interviewed Mike a couple times for my blog as recently as August. So I wanted to give you Mike T the proper introduction. So Mike T, who is your all-time favorite president on President's Day? Let us know.
Tough call. There have been so many losers. What I have always really appreciated, and by the way, I do appreciate you not giving us these questions in advance. This is much more fun to think on your feet. I've always appreciated, although this will sound like grammar school answer, I've always appreciated how George Washington handled what I think were a couple of tricky situations, including rebelliousness. That could have gone badly. I do appreciate the fact that he gave up power when it was not obvious yet that it was necessary to do so. Certainly in terms of term limits, he wasn't required to do so. I appreciated that he did not abuse the power that he had at the time. And I appreciated the transition from, a military posture to a political one. A lot of guys could have and would have, to be honest, abused his enormous popularity. What I think a lot of us don't appreciate, unless you take a little, you look under the hood of history, is that at the time there really was no one else, and there was no one in second place, right? It was George Washington and everybody else, and so the idea that he would have been challenged is almost silly, right? There was no alternative politician who could have challenged him in terms of credibility, in terms of popularity. In other words, it really set up the possibility of his power being abused.
Right.
And so when he was, when he decided to give it up, it sent a huge signal. From that point forward, if George Washington would give up power after 2 terms, everyone else ought to also.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great precedent. And I also understand that he was asked if he wanted to wear regal type clothing like a king would. And he said, no, the president is supposed to be a man of the people. And so we went with, I'll say, civilian clothes, the clothes that a regular person at that time would be wearing.
He so also was one who declined to be referred to as His Majesty.
Oh, how about that?
Same idea.
And I heard he was very reluctant. He went, like, after the Revolutionary War, I was listening to a biographer. After the Revolutionary War, he really just wanted to, he thought his time was done as far as, let's say, helping America. He was going to kick back. And then he realized that if he didn't become president, that the country may have failed at the start. And so he reluctantly went to, what was it, New York or Philadelphia back then?
Philadelphia.
It was Philadelphia.
He was inaugurated on Wall Street.
Yeah. New York was the capital at the time.
Exactly. New York was the capital at the time. Yeah. And there's a statue on Wall Street to commemorate his inauguration.
Yeah. And Francois Tavern is also a great place for people who are into history to go downtown Manhattan and see. So how about you, Michael Voss, Mr. Voss?
Well, I mean, there aren't a whole lot of presidents to choose from when we look through it. I mean, you have your classics, which of course would be Washington, number one, first name everyone comes to. You've got Abraham Lincoln, JFK, a little more modern, Teddy Roosevelt, really great president. You've got your Reagan, of course, beloved by many, many Republicans. Many people now would put Donald Trump as either 45th or 47th president in there. I'd probably just go with, I like Teddy Roosevelt. He's strong. Oh, wow. He was a very good, strong president, but it has to be Lincoln. He was a man who wound up breaking and then reforging the nation. No one else has done that. And I don't know that anyone else could have done that, which took a lot of humility, a lot of planning, a lot of grit and determination to make that happen. Both. Yeah. And he did. The reason why the nation broke wasn't necessarily because of him or abolition. I mean, slavery was the 5th most important thing that was being fought over in the Civil War. But it was one of them, and he was an abolitionist. But look at all the issues he had to deal with. We were at a cross point in our nation. We were fracturing, kind of like we are now, more on economic issues than it was on socioeconomics, but a little bit of both. And he was able to forge a path forward with a vision and a plan that has lasted till today. That's pretty damn admirable for a nation that was still a neophyte nation. I mean, we were still finding our feet. I think people think of him for the wrong reason. They're like, oh, well, he freed the slaves. Really, that wasn't the important thing. And that wasn't the primary thing. It was literally, it was the 5th thing on the list of things he was trying to do. It was, and the reason why he did it, a lot of people don't realize this. A week before he had the Emancipation Proclamation, he, at the time, was he was writing in the newspaper of note. It wasn't the New York Times at that point. It was another newspaper. And he put in his editorial, and his main focus was whatever it takes to keep this nation together, he was going to do. And as part of that, slavery eventually was going to be a bridge that had to be crossed for this nation to exist. One way or the other, either we have slavery or we don't, but we have to cross that bridge and everyone has to be on the same page. And he actually had the balls to say, look, I'm going to make a decision. We're going to cross that bridge and we're all going to be on the same page. And everyone isn't going to like it, no matter what I decide. So he was literally a week ahead of time telling everyone he's going to make a decision on this and we're going to have to deal with the consequences. That takes a lot of balls.
Oh,
He was a very brave man. He was a very committed man.
Absolutely, 100%. So you guys hit on the two. I kind of had a tie for first. You guys kind of hit on the two that of Washington and Lincoln were mine, and pretty much for a lot of the same reasons. Like, well, for Lincoln, I'll start there. It's just I just can't imagine what it's like to be president during a civil war. I mean, that just has the leader, whatever, prime minister, whatever it is. That has to be. I mean, it's inconceivable to have anything harder than that. You know what I mean? When your countrymen are fighting against each other, that is just crazy situation to handle. And Washington, for all the reasons, Mike, you said, what he established, the first things that he did, stepping down, and everything else that we talked about previously about what he wore and how he wanted to be addressed. So really setting things up for this country in a very fine way. So those two. In my lifetime, it has to be Reagan. Of course, in my lifetime started with with Kennedy. I was born 2 months after Kennedy got assassinated, so in my lifetime, my voting lifetime, it's definitely Ronald Reagan, and I was 18 when I voted for him. So it's been pretty. That's been great ever since then. And Mike Tremont, I know you worked for one of them, so I'm not putting that guy down. Which one did you work for now?
I worked for George Herbert Walker Bush. Yeah. But first of all, I was a civil servant as a budget economist in the White House. Okay. But, the relationship was a little bit attenuated. He was my, count them, boss's boss. Okay. So it wasn't like it was, Mike, what should we do on rates? Right. I was working, as I often say, for the White House, not in the White House. Right. With a bunch of other nerds, we were relegated to offices across the street from the White House.
Yeah. Okay. Well, GW as well as George got a couple of votes when I put this question out on social media earlier today. It runs the gamut, really. Clinton did, Reagan, Nixon, Truman, JFK, and Jimmy Carter. A fellow by the name of Bill Bates said that he liked Jimmy Carter post for all the things that he did. And this is really a salient point. Jimmy Carter for his work after his presidency. And he was very, very, gracious with his time, giving with his time after the presidency. Absolutely. He was not my favorite president when he was in office. I don't know how you guys feel.
He was a horrible president.
There you go.
He's no longer the worst because we've had Biden and Obama, but he used to be the worst as a president. But and the key thing about Carter after the presidency, he had nothing to do with politics. He wasn't political.
Right.
He was just a very gracious individual. And that, I think that's what makes him so valuable in that role, is because he wasn't a president anymore, and he didn't try to be.
Yeah, and all that work with Habitat for the Humanities was fantastic. One thing I have to correct you on, Michael, is that we didn't have Biden as a president. We had Biden and his strings being pulled by somebody else. That was a guy in charge.
Yeah, he was a zombie, all right. Part-time zombie president, but
Yeah, that's one thing you can't say about Walter Mondale, that he was pulling Jimmy Carter's strings.
True.
Yeah. All right. We do have a few people who chimed in. Dr. Kerry D. Lewis. Was that?
Audrey is a bot.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. It's banned. Yeah. No, I got this was off earlier today. Dr. Kerry Lewis, who is running for mayor of Daytona Beach, for folks who don't know. That's going to kick off in December, and we're going to have him on the show as quick as we can. But he's already out there social media campaigning for the mayoralship.
That's exciting. Is it a partisan race?
Well, you don't. It's nonpartisan. Yes. So mayor's been there 2 terms, and he's been on. Well, I'm not going to go down that road right too. He's been on the city seat one way or another for quite a long time. So Dr. Kerry Lewis wants to challenge him and will be. But he said his favorite, Dr. Kerry Lewis said his favorite president of all time is also Lincoln, not because he was perfect, but because he led with courage, clarity, and conviction at a moment when the country was deeply divided. So yeah, it pretty much covers what we were saying. He was honest, he had humility, he had moral backbone to guide a country through its hardest storms. And I got to give a shout out to Lourdes Gonzalez. Lourdes Gonzalez has tried to get her comments on, and for some reason they're not coming through, but she commented her favorite president. Pretty much she went back and forth between Republicans and Democrats. President Kennedy is one that she mentioned. Clinton is another. Life was cheap back then, she said. Easy, good, fun. The country as a whole was really happy. And we'll never see times like those again. She said the Reagan years were pretty epic as well, especially with the fall of the Berlin Wall, which of course Reagan had everything to do with, because he A, drove the Russian economy into the ground by restarting the arms race, and B, stood right there and challenged Gorbachev to tear down the wall. Nixon Watergate was pretty spectacular, I guess, you know, from a 35,000 foot, you know, view, if you're looking at it, right? It was quite a scene. And everything else was just a blur. All the other ones are just blurs. So I wanted to make sure the Lourdes got her fair due, because she's been trying to get in on the chats, and for some reason they're not coming through. So those are some of the comments from some of the followers.
A lot of folks would not have listed Bill Clinton. I think he gets a shout out for the what I believe is the last time we balanced the budget.
Nope.
It was interesting that you put your finger on Ronald Reagan's talk in Berlin. There's a plaque on the ground commemorating that speech when he asked Gorbachev to tear down the wall. And it's really something that the German people thought so much of the importance of that speech that they would commemorate an American president having delivered that talk in Berlin. It's pretty profound.
Yeah, definitely.
Clinton was never able to balance the budget. He cheated. He changed the way we count the money. He is an abject failure. But, you know, Democrats like him because he was popular. He played a saxophone on MTV. What a resume. Anyway, let's go on.
I actually think the downfall of the presidency as being somebody who's like stately and a little bit more refined began with him when he started answering questions about what type of underwear he wears. I'm like, that is not presidential.
No, and what he said was, you'll have to ask my wife. And what he should have said was, to your point, absolutely nothing. He should have moved on from that question immediately.
Yeah, that was goofy for sure. Yeah, alrighty, awesome. Well, we're gonna go from thanks for your comments on that, and to the folks who commented on social media earlier today. We are gonna go from the president to the governor's race in New York, because Mike T is a member of the Republican Liberty Caucus, and they have recently thrown their weight behind the Larry Sharpe, somebody who we mention all the time on this show. Michael knows, it's one of Michael's friends, and I had the honor of voting for Larry in his first run for governor before I moved to Florida. I wasn't cheating. I wasn't like, you know, flying back up to vote for him. I was still living on Long Island. And I've been on this show as a member. I'm a member of Larry's. So we're all completely biased because Mike Tremont's also a friend of his. And so tell us about the endorsement, and what can you what's the Liberty Caucus about, and tell us about the endorsement as well.
Well, a lot to unpack there. The Republican Liberty Caucus is obviously a caucus inside the Republican Party. It's an old caucus. It was started in the early 90s. It was started by people like Ron Paul and a bunch of other liberty-minded Republicans who believed that they could move the needle, just like I do, inside the Republican Party by leaning into our libertarian principles. The caucus is a grassroots effort. We do not impanel members who are, you know, sitting senators and sitting representatives. This is a grassroots effort. So our job is to do a couple of things: build relationships with elected officials, endorse candidates like Larry and a lot of other terrific liberty-minded Republicans. We run a scorecard, both in the federal Congress, both in the House side and in the Senate side. So you see huge scores for people like Rand Paul and people like Thomas Massie on the House side. And it is a lot of fun. If there are folks out there that would like to either join the caucus or find out more about it, I hope you'll reach out to me directly. I joined the Republican Liberty Caucus last June, going on maybe 8 months now. I joined with a team of 45 people, a bunch of whom were coming from the Libertarian Party, a bunch of whom were already in the Republican Party, and some people who weren't registered with the party at all. And that was extremely exciting. And we have taken it onto our shoulders, the task of helping launch a bunch of state chapters around the United States. So we have something like 17 in various stages of formation around the United States. If you'd like to find out about your state chapter, reach out to me. We have someone who signed up to initiate one in New York. Importantly, we've launched one in Virginia, where I live. There's actually quite a robust chapter in Florida, Charles. So I'm bringing that to your attention. So, that's exciting. There are very active chapters also in places like Texas, for example. Mm-hmm. So that's a lot of fun. Endorsing Larry is obviously not a big lift, right? A lot of us know Larry. He's a terrific guy. Having run for the governorship in New York in the past, he's a fairly known commodity. And so you kind of at this point know what you're getting with Larry. You're getting a libertarian who's fairly conservative on some issues and classically liberal on other issues. He's a good candidate. He's a great communicator. He's a great representative of our principles. And he is leaning into what is going to be potentially a very competitive primary coming up in later on this spring in New York State. And we're very excited to have made the endorsement, because the New York State chapter of the Republican Liberty Caucus is not really up off the ground yet, just getting started, right? Normally, the state chapter would make the recommendation, would make the endorsement for someone running for governor. But because that chapter is not really up and running, the national board decided to step in and make the endorsement, because we think this is an important campaign, an important candidate in a very important race.
All right. Michael, before we went on the air, Mr. Voss, before we went on the air, we were talking about ballot access, ballot challenges, and ballot access challenge is the right term. And so what do you know about that? And where does Larry stand as far as his campaign and getting the necessary ballots to get into the primary?
Let me make it. A lot of people don't understand when we say ballot access lines. What does that mean? Let's simplify that for the average person. When you go and you're filling out your vote, you have somebody's name with their party affiliation, and then you've got the position. Every time you see that name, that is a line, and you have to have ballot access to get on the ballot, to have your name on there. And in New York State, your name doesn't show up just once. It is possible to show up several times. People in New York State will recognize this. We have a party called the Working Family Party, which is very much the Democrats, but the progressive Democrats, and that's the Working Families Party. We have third parties like the Libertarians or the Green Party. We have Republicans, we have Democrats, and we have the Conservative Party. So if you are endorsed by those major parties, those are the major parties, then you would have your name on the ballot, and you would have a line for each of those recognized parties. Libertarians are not recognized. Green Party is not recognized. The Conservative Party, the Working Families, Democrats and Republicans are So there's 4 lines in New York State at this time. A lot of problems with that, but we'll get into it later. So Larry he's got the Libertarian, but they are not recognized yet because Andrew Cuomo was a scumbag and he changed the rules. But Larry is also running for the Republican line. Yes, he's running as a Republican, and he is looking to get into a primary. He's going to get 15,000 signatures of Republicans, which is about 1/3 of what he normally would have to get as a Libertarian to get onto the ballot. So I'm very confident, 95% confidence, that unless there's this blizzard hits New York and we have 3 feet of snow across the entire state, he's going to get on the ballot. He will be able to be in a primary with Bruce Blakeman. Right. And then Larry can make the case on why Republicans should vote for him. And if Republicans are voting for him, he already has the independent line or the independents voters with him. I think he sweeps the election. And pretty much everyone who's doing the political math on this agree. If Larry Sharpe were to take the Republican line and he shows up on the ballot on the Republican line, he's able to get the Libertarians on. He sweeps the race. It's that simple.
Right. Excellent. Yeah, he has the RFK party. We Are the People.
Yes.
And now I forget from my time in living in New York. Are there actually primary debates? So would he debate Blakeman at any point?
Yes, that's what he's looking to do now. If
Larry
has 15,000 signatures, so starting roughly the 24th or 27th, petitions will go out. And that's for everyone who's running for every position, local, state, governor, and also federal Congress. And there's going to be people, and I used to be a committee man for the Republican Party, and I used to go out and I'd get the signatures for all the candidates that I believed in that were on the Republican line. I'd go out, knock on the door. Hey, you're in the Republican Party. This is to get someone on the ballot. This happens every year. There's a lot of dedicated volunteers. These are all Republicans that volunteer their time. They're not getting paid for it. They go out, go ahead, get the signature, boom. They get 15,000 of them. In the case for governor, each position is a different number, but you get 15,000. That allows the Republican to run for the governorship. Now, if you have 2 Republicans or 3 or 5, doesn't matter, that all get those 15,000 signatures, which really isn't a lot. All right. So we're back for the last part of the show. Thank you for staying here with me. Excuse me. Thank you for being here with me. Just took my dog back out. We got about 1.5 inches of snow. So about 1 more inch since the last break on the show. So that's not too bad. It's not coming down as hard as we may have initially expected it to be. All right. There was another comment from Joel who says, how many back injuries and permanent disability cases will happen because people are volunteering to be part of the shoveling of snow? That's a really good question. And how many of those cases will be fake? I can guarantee you that there will be a percentage, maybe 10%, maybe more, of people who will go out and they will be signed up. They'll have all the documentation they need, not to vote, but to be able to get the job to emergency snow removal. And someone's going to say, oh, I hurt my back. They will sue the state of New York, and it'll be completely fake, and they'll rack in money. It happens every year. By the way, how often have we seen this program, this emergency medical program? I can tell you that, and I think I have it right here for you. I was looking this up, by the way, just to try and figure it out. And what we can see for sure is if you're asking ChatGPT about when was this program created, because I had never heard of it. I've been in New York for 60 years, in New York City for 50 some odd years. And I can tell you, I've never seen this program before. I have never heard of it. The emergency where you can volunteer to shovel snow and the city will pay you for that. And I asked ChatGPT, when did this come about? When did this first start? We have no idea. It's been quite some time. It's a long, they say, it is a long-standing initiative. And then it's been around for quite some time, but there's no documented time where it actually started. We have no idea. It goes back decades, apparently, although I've never seen anyone. Lived in New York, a natural New Yorker from New York City, never heard about this program ever before. Been through multiple blizzards in New York City, never heard of this program ever in my life. But supposedly it's been here for decades. Okay. There's no evidence of when it started. ChatGPT can't figure out when it started. There's no evidence on documentation of when it actually started, what it started to pay people, whether it's up or down. And we've seen that supposedly this was active last year under the Eric Adams administration, that they were actively trying to get people to sign up for this. I didn't see that. I was here last year. We were talking. I do not remember Eric Adams advertising for this, but supposedly there was, under the Adams administration, there were advertisements for people to join the emergency snow shoveling, and the city would pay you. I have no idea about that. But the next time you have to go back is actually, the last time was 2015. 2015 was the last time prior to last year where we saw that this emergency shovel removal actually took place. That's a long, long time ago, over 10 years ago. So it's not a really popular program, and it doesn't seem to be overly effective. And more importantly, that means that normal snow removal is supposed to be effective, supposed to be highly effective. And I know for a fact in the last 10 years, we have had snowfalls equal or greater than what we have right now. And that just tells me that the Mamdani administration is completely inept, that there is something that is completely fundamentally wrong with the Mamdani administration, because for 10 years, we didn't need it. 10 years, did not need this. So something is absolutely wrong with Mamdani. Absolutely wrong with him. But that's just my input on that, something that a lot of people may not have thought about or even known about, because I sure didn't. I wanted to bring up, hang on. I wanted to bring up, because it's part of that Rhode Island situation. In New York, and Democrats are absolutely against this, we just had the bill HR 3492. This was from last year. This is the, they call it the Protect Children's Innocence Act. Protect Children's Innocence Act. This was passed in the House last year. This is to prevent children from getting mutilated, from the gender affirmation. This was against the gender affirmation movement, which we have seen with many trans. And when it isn't implemented, when we allow gender affirmation, well, we see things like Tumblr's Ridge, which we were talking about last week, with the mass shooting in Canada. And I have to believe this is something that's going to be very effective, but Democrats hate this. And looking at the current environment and looking at things like we saw with Rhode Island, which I covered earlier in the program, actually very early in the program today, we were talking about, here it is, this incident, that this is the Pawtucket. They're trying to find a lot of ways to not say Rhode Island trans shooter. All the news media are trying to find a way to avoid mentioning the trans aspect of this as much as possible. And so the Pawtucket rink shooting, or otherwise the Rhode Island trans shooting, is just another aspect of that. Gender affirmation, I believe, especially with younger and younger people, will result in greater and greater numbers. I made a prediction last year, and I stand by this, that within the next roughly 5 years, by 2030, thereabouts, we're going to see that the number of individuals who happen to be trans that have mass shootings will be the number one cause of mass shootings and school shootings. That as a percentage, they will dominate every other form of mass shooting and school shooting. And the reason is we have not dealt with the underlying main factor. We are hiding from it. We see that the news media are trying to excuse this as anything but trans shootings and try to give every excuse possible except admitting that there is something fundamentally that we have not understood. We have promoted that so much, either through gender affirmation or for adults as well, that it is the answer to everything. I mean, you look at all the news media, you look at all of the entertainment, you look at movies, they have glorified being trans, and that the answer to all of your problems is being trans. And we're seeing that this is resulting in situations like we saw here in Rhode Island, where even for adults, 40-year-old adults are breaking down and losing their mind and taking inappropriate actions, that they're killing their own families, just like in Tumbler Ridge, that trans shooter killed their mother and their brother, an 11-year-old child. This individual, Robert, killed his ex-wife and his eldest son. There is something fundamentally wrong in at least, let's call it 1% of the cases. 99% of the time, okay, you got it right. And 1% of the time, this is a massive, huge problem. And I think that part of the answer to that is to stop the problem before it starts. And that's HR 3492, the Protect Children's Innocence Act, that makes it a crime to remove the genitals or to inject these medications that stop children from getting into puberty or to chop off their genitals before they're grown adults. We cannot allow this stuff to happen anymore. Again, if you're a grown adult, I don't care what you do. It's your body. You want to chop it up, go for it. It's your right. That's your life. You have to live with the consequences of that. But I think we need to make sure that we are getting the right people to do this, that we have to stop trying to make this the panacea, the snake oil sales of the modern age. Just because we have the capability that we can do it doesn't mean that we should do it. And I think it is worth restating from even earlier in the show. So I did want to bring that up. I think it's very important. But we're wrapping up the show here a little bit. And I wanted to point out, and this is behind a firewall. There it is. It's behind a firewall at the moment. But something that a lot of people may not have realized. Kamala Harris sold all of her donor information. This is behind a firewall with the New York Times. I think I have it. There it is. I have it here as well. So this is from the New York Times and also from the New York Post, that Kamala Harris sold all of the Democrats' names. If you're a Democrat watching this, if you voted for Kamala Harris, if you donated to Kamala Harris, whether you're a Democrat, an independent, a libertarian, third party, Republican, whomever you were, if you donated $1 or you donated the maximum limit by law to Kamala Harris, she took your name and she sold it to the Democratic National Committee. A lot of people don't know this happens from time to time. They don't realize that this just happened in 2024. Kamala Harris was $20 million in debt and she needed to get out. So she took your name and she sold it to the Democrats so that they can send you random emails for every one of their candidates, local and national alike. And she sold it for $6 million. Not a lot of coverage on that. But the thing I thought that was also interesting is They did this, and at the same time, I'll take it. They did this, but the Democrats are $16 million in debt. They're still in debt. As of January 1st, 2026, the Democrat Party is they're currently at $22 million in debt. Now, they're still spending, just like Zoran Mamdani. They're still spending like there's no tomorrow. They have no problem spending money. They have no money. They're $22 million, if you include Kamala Harris, $22 million in debt. This tells you there's a fundamental problem with Democrats, the Democrat Party, and their ideology. No one wants to give them money. That's because they have no leadership. That the people that they have elected, like Zoran Mamdani, have completely screwed up. Like AOC, completely screwed up when she went to Munich. They have no idea what they're doing. They just know they want power. They don't care about you. Just like the video I showed you of the woman who was confronting ICE. Have no idea what they're doing. They don't care. It's not about you. It's about power for them. And we should keep that in mind. And I have to wonder, what is the DNC? They are desperate for money. What are they going to do? It's the midterms. They have candidates across the nation that they're supposed to be supporting in Senate, in the House, and all the local races. What will they do with all the information, the names that Kamala Harris gave that has all of your personal information? What is the DNC going to do with that data now that they need money and they have no time left? And you can't call it theft. It's not identity theft. It's not phishing. This is information you voluntarily gave the Democratic Party when they had no money whatsoever, and they're going to use that against you. They're going to use that. I guarantee you they're going to sell this information to other groups, to banks, to mortgage companies. They're going to sell it to everyone and anyone, credit card companies. They will sell your name everywhere they can to raise up money so that they can get more of their Democrats elected in the House and in the Senate, as many as possible. They're going to use you because they don't care about you. They do not care. That's the part I thought was very interesting in that. Is there anything? The only other thing I want to mention is about Bruce Blakeman. I know I beat up on Democrats a lot on this channel, but let me take a moment here because it's equal opportunity. Bruce Blakeman, who is running for governor of New York as a Republican, and he's going up against Larry Sharpe, my good friend, a libertarian who's also on the Republican ticket, who is going out and getting petitions for Republicans to force a primary of Republicans, which I consider a good thing. It is a good thing for candidates to go through a primary so you get the best possible candidate that you can. I think that's very important. And we saw what happens when a candidate is anointed. That's Kamala Harris. When Joe Biden was proven to be a part-time zombie, well, the DNC could have had a primary. They could have picked the best person based on votes of the rank and file of their membership. Instead, they anointed Kamala Harris, and all we got from that was a word salad, and the Democratic Party went into debt. Well, here's the problem. In New York State, we're seeing the New York State GOP, the leadership, do exactly the same thing that the DNC did with Kamala Harris. They've put up a Bruce Blakeman. They did not let the public have a choice. There should be a primary. Larry Sharpe should be he should be debating Bruce Blakeman, and the best man should win. Bruce Blakeman, though, just came out, and he's decided that he's going to push, now that he has competition, now that it's not a given that he will get the nomination, and he will be on the ballot in November. He has now put out a series of little short clips like this one you see here, where he's blaming Kathy Hochul, because Kathy Hochul has policies that are not working, that are not better for America. But he's not answering a simple question. I'll give you this one right here. Bruce Blakeman says, Kathy Hochul's policies are driving up your bills. It's that simple. Here's the problem, Bruce, you have no plan. You have no plan for New Yorkers to go to. You say that Kathy Hochul is screwed up. I agree with you. Most people in New York agree with you that Kathy Hochul has failed. Prices have gone up. Jobs have gone down. Our families, our friends have all moved away. And here's the question, Bruce. What are you offering? This is his post. He put it up there and he goes, okay, it's that simple. Kathy Hochul screwed up. Gotcha. And what is your plan, Bruce Blakeman? What is your solution to the problem? How will you make things better? No answer. He doesn't provide anything. He has no answer to provide the public. I asked him the question. I said, hey, I know that Larry Sharpe, he has solutions. You may not agree with his solutions, but he has them. He has an entire page on his website. He has an 8-hour video on YouTube and on Rumble. You can see his policies. You can hear the details. That's a solution. Whether you like it or not, that's a different question. You can evaluate that for yourself. Bruce Blakeman is offering nothing. And when I say that, I want to show everyone. And yes, I am a Republican. Yes, I am conservative in my views. Yes. And I've run for office as a Republican many times. I have 2,900 videos talking about Republican principles and ideology. So I'm not some kind of, I'm pretending. I'm not a rhino. I'm here with the truth. And I'm saying, this is Bruce Blakeman's page. And you can go from top to bottom. Nowhere do you see his policies. Nowhere do you see the issues that he's running on. If you go down and you just scroll down, he will tell you that he's a great guy. He might be. I don't know him. Most of New York State does not know who this guy is. He'll tell you that he's a success. No one knows for sure. No one knows who he is. They'll tell you that he's got a great pick for his lieutenant governor, who happens to be the second choice. The first one, 24 hours in, gave up. He just walked away. This is the B team that we're talking about. Bruce Blakeman is the B team. When Elise Stefanik walked away, Blakeman was the B team. He came up. The first choice for the lieutenant governor walked away from Bruce Blakeman. This is the second guy. This is a second choice, the B team. We're looking. He's got all of his times he's saying that Hochul, bad, Hochul, bad. He has no solution. Where are your solutions? Speak up for New York. Endorse him. Why? He has no plan. He has no solution. He wants your money, but he offers you nothing. Kathy Hochul bad. We knew that already. What are you offering, Blakeman? Nothing. The GOP said, don't worry. You don't need anything. Just Kathy Hochul bad. Give me your money. I'm sorry. That was a bad plan for Kamala Harris and the DNC. It's a bad plan for the GOP in New York. It is a horrible answer. Blakeman should not win. I'm not telling you that he's a bad guy. I'm not telling you that he's some kind of evil person. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying he has no plan. He does not plan to win, which is why he didn't make any policies. And that is a problem. But with that said, we've been on for about a little over 5 hours. I apologize. I know we've had a couple of breaks here that I didn't expect, but I did want to make sure that I came back to you, got the full show. I'll have links for everything that we talked about, plus a few extras as well that I will include for you. I thank each and every one of you for taking some time to be with me. I got to deal with the snow and also my dog. So I want each of you to be well. Please be safe, be warm, be around those that love you if in anywhere that you can. If you're homeless, please go to every city has a shelter. Try and get into that shelter, at least for a little while, to get some warmth. But whatever you can do, try and take care of yourself. I look forward to seeing you guys next Sunday. Please remember, on Monday at 7 p.m., I'm doing the Monday Opinion Roundtable with Charles Guaria, and I'll be happy to talk to you guys then as well. I will have other videos throughout the week. Folks, be safe, be careful. I want you back. I love my audience, even the ones that disagree with me. I look forward to seeing all of your comments after the show. I'll talk to you again very soon.